Or as of yesterday.
Is there another? Only one agenda. You're not under. Oh, wow. Hey, how you doing, Chief?
Call to order the City of Seaside City Council and the successor agency to the redevelopment agency. This is a special meeting, hybrid, virtual, and in person. Tuesday, March 15, 2022, 5 p.m. Roll call, please.
Council and Agency Member Garcia Sora.
Here.
Council and Agency Member Wizard.
Here.
Council and Agency Member Campbell.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem and Vice Chair Pacheco.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Oglesby.
Here,
Mayor, we do have a quorum.
thank you so much. For invocation, we'll have a moment of silence, and then I will ask the city attorney to lead us in pledge of allegiance. Thank you so much.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we'll have review of the agenda. City manager, did you have any additions to the agenda?
No, Mr. Mayor.
City attorney?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much. Item number 7. I'm sorry, item number 5 is public comment. Members of the public wishing to address the city council on matters within the jurisdiction of the city of Seaside, but not on this agenda, may do so during the public comment period for up to 3 minutes. If you want to comment on presentation items, that is the time to do it. If you want to comment on items that are on the agenda, please wait till then, and you will be allowed to make public comments during that time. Public comment is now open.
Mayor, City Council, my name's Rod Smalley with Operating Engineers Local 3. Hope you're all doing well. Last time I was in your wonderful room, there was a letter saying that you all had an NB, sorry, I can't say it now, National Labor Dispute. We would like to know where that dispute is. Has it been resolved?
Sir, we won't answer your questions during your public comments.
Okay, that's fair enough. How much longer will we have to wait? And isn't the good people of Seaside needing to know that information? Thank you for your time and have a wonderful day.
Good evening, council. My name is Casey Van Den Heuvel, and I represent the workers here in Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito County. I'm here to speak towards the community workforce that you are potentially going to be supporting. And I just want to say the use of community workforce agreements has successfully been used since the 1930s and provides structure and sustainability to construction projects. CWA's projects cover an expanding range and size of projects, from schools, hospitals, roads, police buildings, to convention centers, courthouses, manufacturing facilities, airports, power plants, just like the CWA we have here at Moss Landing, transit systems, stadiums, and prisons. An increasingly number of CWAs have included provisions that ensure access to construction careers, good, safe jobs, and valuable job training to all members of the community. CWAs also help train to maintain CWAs also help ensure compliance with laws and regulations governing the workplace safety and health, employment opportunity, and labor employment standards. The coordination achieved through CWAs can significantly enhance the economy, efficiency of construction projects. History shows that these agreements are beneficial to the contractors, workers, owners, and taxpayers. Please support the community workforce. So we have standards here in Seaside that we make a commitment to the Seaside residents that we are going to provide them jobs that are good paying with good benefits. We need to get the community to work, and we need to make sure that that community can stay and live in Seaside. It is getting increasingly more expensive to live in this community in the Monterey Bay area. So let's make sure that they have defined benefits. They have health care, and they have an opportunity to have someone represent them, that they are not on their own and have to negotiate for safety, benefits, and pay. Thank you very much and have a great night.
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Rudolf Herbendes. It's nice to be back here in front of City Council. Nice to see the familiar faces again. I'd like to first of all start by saying thank you to the City of Seaside. I'm representing Mescal Neal Park, Upper Seaside, best view in town. However, for those of you who may have walked Mescal Neal Park, you may have noticed it's kind of in need of repair. So the residents have taken up work on it. We've worked on the east side, got a lot of planning done. Then with the help of Public Works and the city, we've got the west side now planted. We get Public Works to bring the water once a week. A lot of that work is really making that park just much better. However, there's one problem. People can't sit and enjoy that park. You can walk through it, but you can't sit. There were 7 benches in that park, that 4 under a pergola, gone. And then there were 2 overseeing the the swings, one on top to enjoy the view. They were basically kind of like picnic benches. They're all gone and basically out of disrepair and then taken down. It would be really nice if somehow in your budget talks, you could think about Mescalneil Park and the residents of the city and try to put some money back in the budget for some picnic benches in that park. That'd really be helpful. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Daryl Shote, 59 years now in this city. First, I want to say about the CWA. Well, that's the first way we're going to get rid of our local hiring process. Don't believe those guys. You notice they only stayed for a minute because they don't live in Seaside. Now they're gone. So don't believe that stuff. But I came down really to give condoodles and say thank you. I'm one of the members of the Seaside Downtown Broadway organizing group committee. But if you come down and see what you guys have done to that area now with the new lights going across the top, people are telling me every day, and I meet a lot of people every day in my club. They're saying, man, I can walk down this street and don't feel like I'm going to get jumped. Beautiful job. Thank you. Yeah, I know sometimes we come down here, we want to beat up on you, but I'm coming down here to tell you that was the smartest move. That was a great move. Your staff, whoever put it together, it's really thinking out the box. It's wonderful. And I am sure, because we had our first meeting last night at my club with a lot of the businesses. I am sure with the enthusiasm I heard last night that these businesses are coming together and want to make sure that we make this street what you guys envision as much as we envision. So thank you very much on behalf of them. And I know some of them said they're going to call in tonight. So thank you on behalf of them. It's wonderful to come outside and be able to see from one end of the street to the other. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, Mr. Mayor, citizens. Peter Kaiser, longtime member, citizen of Seaside. And as there was a prayer missing, maybe I could add to that. Lord, please give the City Council wisdom, help them to follow the scriptures, the Bible, and the original intent of the Constitution in their deliberations and their votes in Jesus' holy name. I looked at an interesting black T-shirt just a few days ago, and it had an interesting comment on it for the Times. It says, quarantines are when you restrict the movement of sick people. Tyranny is when you restrict the movement of healthy people. And I think our governor and a number of leaders over the last 24 months had that confused. You don't restrict the movement of healthy people. It's only the sick people that need to be quarantined. And hopefully we're moving away from this COVID misinformation and false science that we've been getting for over 2 years now from highest levels of government and local, and that the vaccine mandates will be gone, the vaccine passports, the vaccine PCR tests, and the masks. And by the way, people on the podium, I understand that the mask mandates are gone. So you are no longer required to wear these masks on duty as city council people and city employees. So I hope that's clear. Even in the schools, the public schools, it's optional as of last week. So I'm hoping that the message is getting out. And by the way, Dr. Blaylock made it very clear that if healthy people are required to wear masks, they get less healthy. Check it out, Dr. Blaylock. And I believe I've given some of that information to your fire chief and so forth. So we need to move along and get back to 2018 standards on those things. Also on this community labor plan, we do need to remember that a lot of the best contractors have lots of local employees and they're non-union, they do very quality work. And we also need to have, of course, in this new administration in Washington, they just totaled out our energy independence in about 1.5 years. and we're no longer supplying Europe with the energy that they need. They became more dependent on the Russians, of course, giving them a lot of extra money to do their adventures. So we need to get back to energy independence for United States. Keystone Pipeline, start drilling again. We can do this in a matter of weeks to get those permits out and allow the independence of oil like we were a year and a half ago. God bless you.
Good afternoon, City Council, Mr. Mayor, community members gathered here online. My name is Tanya Rose. I'm here as part of the Blue Zones Project, Monterey County. And I just wanted to join you all today to say that we're coming up to the end of our project year one. That will be complete by the end of May. And I would love the opportunity to come back. If you might consider putting Blue Zones Project on your agenda, I would love to share some of the great progress we've made this year, working with businesses and schools, the cross-sector work for community health and well-being within the city. Big thanks to Dan Mewis and his tremendous support and other city staff really helping us collaborate with you all to improve the health and well-being for your citizens. So I love the opportunity to do that. There's been some great partnerships made with local nonprofits in the community as well. So just a great opportunity to report out to you all. Additionally, as we look ahead to year two, I know I've had some conversations with some of you all, we're looking at some additional opportunities to increase access to healthy food within the city. And we've been currently working with our Blue Zones Project food policy expert to craft a survey to hear from the community themselves about what some ideas might be to increase access to food. Some possibilities might be the revamping of an outdoor market and some other opportunities. So I wanted to kind of share that with you all. I'd be happy to share the draft survey for some input yes, look forward to staying in conversation with you all about that. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I've been contemplating whether I wanted to come down today or not, but something's really bothering me. As a resident of Seaside for over 60 years, and now as a homeowner and I pay taxes in the city, I'm kind of upset that my tax dollars are going to go to a recruiting firm, headhunter, or whatever you want to call them, to look outside of our city for a chief of police. I was told that I shouldn't direct this to the council because they have no decision-making going to the outside. So I'm going to direct my comments and questions to our acting city manager. Look what's happened to the city of Seaside the last 3 times we went outside of the city to find a chief of police. We're going back to Chief Myers. That was a waste of time and money. Chief Jackson, that wasn't his fault. He just made a comment on social media that got him to have to leave the city. And our last chief of police. Nobody ever saw him. Nobody ever knew that he was the chief of police. If he was walking in plain clothes, no one would have even known he was our chief of police. My whole thing is we have an acting chief of police right now that has done the job for over 7 months. And he actually did it before Chief Pridgeon left. He's done it well. I've talked to a few of the officers. Morale has never been so up in the last year as it is right now. I'm saying we don't need to go outside of the city. Go ahead and appoint acting chief that we have already, Nick Borges. He's doing an awesome job. You can see him, the officers he On social media, we see what good jobs they're doing. And I believe they all respect him. And I know that the city did receive a letter from the POA stating the same thing. So why waste our money, whether it's under $25,000 or not? That's $25,000 of my money that I don't want wasted. Going out to find, putting it out from outside. Go ahead and pick who we already have doing the job, and he's doing it well. Thank you.
I agree with you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public. I'm Bobby Maxwell, and I'm the president of the Police Activities League. And I would like to ditto the comments of Anne Marie Pagan. I feel the same way. And I'd also like to invite all of you to our annual PAL banquet, which is on Friday evening, April 1st at the Embassy Suites. I believe the starting time will be around 5 p.m. Okay, also, I am also a commissioner on the Parks and Rec Commission. And I would like to give a big shout out to Mr. Dave Fortune and his staff for all the work that they do in our city parks. And also to an organization that's known as FOSPA, the Friends of Seaside Parks Association, and all the tremendous amount of work that they do in all the parks. And also the other gentleman that spoke before me, and the work that him and his neighbors are doing at the Mescal O'Neill Park. And I'm sure that we can find some benches to have installed at that park. So thank you.
Members of the public on Zoom wishing to make public comment, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone. Members of the public wishing to make a public comment, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone. Mayor, there aren't any participants that have raised their hand on Zoom.
Thank you so much. Public comment is closed. City manager, did you hear any comments, issues, or concerns you can answer right now at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will speak to a couple of things. On the masks, that's correct. We're following the state and the federal laws on the mask mandates. People who wear masks are welcome to wear masks or who prefer to wear masks. On the police chief recruitment, thank you for your comments. I really appreciate that, and we'll make sure that there's public input into the process as we move forward.
Yeah, of course.
Thursday night, Human Resources Analyst Samantha Sacrani will be giving a little update on the recruitment process for that position.
City Attorney, could you speak to someone mentioned labor litigation, that we received some type of complaint about litigation as a result of the CWA. I just want you to clarify we did or didn't.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. City did receive many public comments on the community workforce agreement. One of those public comments did include sufficient information to lead me to conclude that there was a threat of litigation, which is what we are evaluating, what I'm evaluating right now, and we'll come back to the council to discuss that in closed session. And in terms of time estimate, I'm estimating it's at least a month still before I finish that memo.
Thank you. Just go to, I heard a couple of things. When we're talking about the benches, I don't think we have any problems with any more benches up there at McNeil's, but we should use the process of the Parks and Rec Commission. I know they're coordinating on a lot of things in these different parks, so we want to keep them in the loop. But I don't think there's any issue with adding benches when it's in the queue, which is probably pretty soon. Lights on Broadway, yeah, wonderful. We want to thank Public Work and all what they've been doing over there, not just the light, but also cleaning up the vegetation over there and things of that, keeping the streets clean. But I mentioned that to say we appreciate the business owners over there on West Broadway. We encourage you guys to continue to talk and work together so we know how better able to serve West Broadway over there. I mean, if it wasn't you guys taking a chance and open up a business over there, they wouldn't be open over there. So we appreciate you over there. Talking to Tanya with the Blue Zone. Did she leave? No, she's we'll figure out a way whenever you want to come and speak to us. We're partnering with the Blue Zone. You're a partner in this process. And so next time you want to give a presentation, just let the city manager know and we'll put you underneath presentations. Right? You won't have to speak during public comment. I would ask, I don't know about the rest of the council, but I don't remember receiving a letter from the POA as it relates to something about the police chief. So if there is a letter out there and it was supposed to go to the council, I didn't see it. And of course, I just did a shout out to Public Works and FOSPA for the work they're doing. Next, we'll go to Public Agency Communications. Okay. Okay, we may not have anyone. All right, next we'll have. Okay, thank you. Item number 6.
Hello, Samantha Sacrani with the Human Resources Department. Just want to inform everyone that we will be holding a closed session, which is not available to the public. But prior to going into closed session, if you wish to come and make a comment or bring your feedback into the city manager's recruitment, you may do so tomorrow. And that is my public comment. Thank you.
What time?
The 5:30, sorry, 5:30. Tomorrow, March 16th. Thank you.
Any other public agency communications? Okay. We'll, tomorrow night, we're having a special council meeting at 5:30 to discuss our process about the city manager recruitment process. It's mostly going to be closed session, but of course, prior to any closed session items, the public is welcome to attend and express their concerns on what we should do as it relates to city managers recruitment, permanent recruitment and appointment. Thank you for that presentation. Item number 7, A, review of upcoming citywide events. City manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ernesto Altamirano will make this presentation.
Apologies for the wait and the technical difficulty. Mayor, City Council, members of the public, and city staff, good evening. My name is Ernesto Altamirano, Communications and Community Engagement Specialist for the city. And I will be sharing with you a list of our upcoming events and community notifications. Nominations are now open for Seaside's Broadway Walk of Fame. We're asking the community to help us honor those individuals who have made a significant and lasting contribution to the quality of life in Seaside by nominating them to receive their own star on Broadway Avenue. Nominations close on March 30th, and you can visit our social media and our website for the link to submit your nomination. The City of Seaside is currently recruiting 5 community members to join the board of directors for its Seaside Housing Collaborative, an aligned nonprofit that will focus on providing more affordable housing within Seaside. For more information or to apply, you can also visit our website, social media, and the application deadline has been extended to Friday, March 18th. Complimentary childcare is available by request only for our regularly scheduled council meetings inside Seaside City Hall. To make a childcare reservation, please call the Oldemeyer Center at 831-899-6800. Please note that we require a minimum of 48 hours notice. City Council meeting agendas are now available in Spanish. They are available in the meeting agendas section of the city website. We want to invite the community to join us for a movie in the park. The City of Seaside will be showing Encanto, the Disney film at Laguna Grande Park on Friday, March 25th at 6:30 p.m. Seaside is hiring teens ages 15 to 18 for the Summer Youth Employment Program. No experience required. Participants will be able to learn to build their resume, acquire essential workplace skills, and make $15 an hour. For questions and more information, they can call the Seaside Youth Resource Center at 831-899-6870. The application deadline is March 31st. The City of Seaside is looking for food and craft vendors of different nationalities to participate in our International Day event. We are looking for vendors to share their culture with us. International Day takes place on May 22nd at City Hall. Vendor fees are $57 for residents and $72 for non-residents. Since now you can put food scraps in your green curbside cart, we invite the community to visit us at City Hall, Seaside Creates, and the Oldemeyer Center to pick up a free compost bin. And lastly, I would like to invite the community to follow Seaside City Hall on social media for the latest event updates. We can be found on facebook.com/SeasideCA, on Instagram at City of Seaside, and Twitter at City_of_Seaside. This concludes my presentation. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a couple of them. Maybe on Thursday night, I know that there is a neighborhood cleanup on March 26th. I know there's going to have 5 dumpsters throughout the city. I know it's probably from 9 to 3, but I think the community needs to know what sites, because it's a very important opportunity for the residents to participate in that. So can we do that on Thursday?
Certainly, Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco. I'll have this information by your Thursday City Council meeting.
Okay, and then I'm not sure if this is for you or for Mrs. Colick. Just because there's some was confusion, I think it's been clarified. Can staff explain the process of being nominated for the Walk of Fame? And also, can you confirm that as of today, no applications have been recommended or approved as far as the process? I'm not sure who can answer that, but I think because of some.
Certainly, certainly, Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco. Assistant City Manager Ashley Colick will be able to provide that information.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for the question, sir. Yes, I can confirm that so let me lay out the process for the Walk of Fame for the public and everyone online. Applications for the Broadway Walk of Fame program opened on March 1st. The application period is for 30 days. So that is the opportunity for nominations to come in from members of the public and for people who are interested in our Seaside stars to shine. So members of the public who are interested, you can go on our website. There's a special web page for the Broadway Walk of Fame. You would download the application and you would send it in to staff. Staff will receive the applications and process them after the 30-day period has closed. So applications don't close until March 30th. So it's only the 15th. So we still have 15 days to go. And so we are still receiving applications. Once those applications come in, they go for review with the ad hoc committee. The Broadway Walk of Fame ad hoc committee will review all the applications that come in, and they will make recommendations to council for what stars they would like to see on Broadway. And then council makes the final determination on what those stars will be.
Thank you very much.
Is that it?
That's it.
Thank you. I got a question for you. I guess a comment. You were talking about the summer program, employment program. And it's $15 an hour?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, okay. Just want to make sure we're doing outreach and before you said that was it about that. I just want to make sure about that. Just wanted to make sure the public, no, that's okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks. Just wanted to make sure the public caught that part about the ability to have some of our youth employed during the summer. I get a couple comments from people that are not in the city about how wonderful that program is and how beneficial it is. I just hope that we have more requests than positions, and we have more need than money. And then hopefully we will know, and the council can figure out a way how to find the money to employ more youth. What we don't want to do is have youth out there that are qualified because they need work permits and all that from school, but we call ourselves running out of money. So I just want to put that on the council's radar. And then as it relates to, notwithstanding what the Mayor Pro Tem said, I know I posted something on my social media about somebody receiving a star on the Walk of Fame because of my exuberance to celebrate that person, but no one has received a star officially yet. And so the wonders of social media, I went back and I corrected that. Right? So I don't know, so hopefully nobody took a screenshot. There you go. There you go. That's what I wanted you guys to do. All right. So B, vaccination update, City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Gutierrez is here and she has our presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, members of the public and city staff, Mary Gutierrez, Fire Chief for the City of Seaside. And to have a brief update on our vaccine status in the City of Seaside. So while they look for that, I wanted to break it down a little bit more. So fully vaccinated in the City of Seaside, 73.5%, and partially vaccinated, 82%. In Monterey County, we're tracking the same, 74.9% fully vaccinated, and in Monterey County, 83%. So Partially vaccinated, 82.6%. So, and it's been tracking about the same for the last month at 83%. Pictures are not up here right now, but I had some great pictures, which will pop up shortly. There we are. I don't think you can make that any larger, but these are some of the children in our community that came and got vaccinated. I'm very excited to receive gift cards for ice cream and some things that children like. We had Sparky the dog, so 6 of our new reserve firefighters put on a costume and mingled with our children, which was really nice. And then next slide, the city of Seaside and the vaccine efforts of our community, our city council, and our staff are highlighted by the governor coming to visit the city in June. So very large accomplishment on the part of our city and all the hard work. Last year, we hosted 57 COVID-19 vaccine clinics. So those are ones that were specifically organized by our city staff, our vaccine action team, and were spearheaded with collaboration. We couldn't have done it without Monterey Fire Department, Visiting Nurses Association, Monterey County Public Health, and Montage Health. So they were the recipients of the vaccine, collaborated with them, but doesn't include all the churches in our community that hosted clinics and our businesses that helped us out. And of course, all our wonderful staff at Oldemeyer and Recreation that helped out. We hosted 4 public forums in English and Spanish. That was a highlight. And again, the governor visited us to highlight our hard work in our community. So 57 clinics that averaged about 3 per month. Next slide. So we continue, I'm not going to read the slide. We continue to have vaccine clinics every Thursday at Oldemeyer. And in the public health one, you'll see there, it's all posted on our city website, predominantly the Pfizer vaccine. This flyer is not up there. I don't think we got the updated PowerPoint, but with good news. We have free walk-in clinics for hosting vaccine clinics at several schools. We want to start to meet our students where they're at. So yesterday, visiting nurses were at Martin Luther King. I went up there. They vaccinated probably about 60 students. And we also have a COVID-19 testing van, a mobile van, with a partnership with Berkeley. And they were up there doing free COVID testing, actual PCR testing. So this flyer, which is not up, which is right here, it's a lovely flyer, is posted on our city website and all social media. You'll see that we're moving around to different schools. At the end of the month, we'll be at the Dual Language Academy with the van and with the nurses. So we still have a lot of opportunities for folks to get vaccinated. And let's see what the next slide, it's always a surprise. So with that, there's still COVID testing at the Salvation Army. And I just wanted to give a little highlight to what the Department of Public Health has just posted. They're focusing on children. So the top 5 reasons why your children should get the COVID-19 vaccine. Unvaccinated children are at high risk of getting COVID-19 and can suffer very serious complications. There's science behind the vaccine and has been under development and study for over 20 years. Getting those who are eligible vaccinated can help keep our school communities safe. Kids have missed critical social and environmental milestones with their school community. Getting them safely back into their favorite activities helps support their mental health and wellness. Vaccines are safe, effective, and free, regardless of insurance or immigration status. So let's get our children vaccinated against COVID-19 today. Thank you. And if you have any questions.
I want to thank you, Chief, for all the work you've done. But before I get to that, I want to ask you to expand on our new marketing campaign as it relates to children, just to keep the public up to that we've moved towards highlighting the need for children to be vaccinated. Could you talk about that for a little bit?
Absolutely. That's the segment of our population that's still under-vaccinated. So that's why with VNA, we are traveling to schools and we'll set up additional clinics. Right now we have 4. It's just important to get our children vaccinated. I work with several firefighters who've seen the impact of their children not being able to go to school and attend classes, and they are mental health issues. So I see it firsthand. We want to be able to keep our schools open and our kids engaged. So you'll see throughout the city, we have new banners up. They're very bright and colorful. They have children on it. On the banners, you'll see one outside City Hall, and also our flag poles throughout the city. You'll see, flag poles, our light poles. You'll see new banners on them highlighting children. So our children are excited when we get to the clinics and we're with them. They want to be vaccinated. We just need to make sure it's available to them.
Again, thank you. And I know I want to say thank you to the Community Vaccine Action Team for all the work that they're doing. And as the situation changes, we will continue to change with the situation to protect our residents. So thank you for that leadership and the leadership of the council, making sure we did this. I don't know, 2 years ago we started, but that put us in a position of being one of the only cities in this region that had that type of action team, community action team ready to go. And that's why the governor stopped in here when he did, because it was a good reason too, if that makes sense to everybody. And so that was some of his comments where he was really appreciative of what you were doing, you and Ashley and the rest of the team as it relates to standing up those clinics and getting shots into people's arms. So thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Have a good evening.
Item number 7C, presentation on the annual independent auditors report. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Finance Director Victor Damiani will assist with this report.
Good evening, Mayor Oglesby and members of the council. I'm Finance Director Victor Damiani, and I'm pleased to present tonight the results of our fiscal year 20-21 external audit. Our external audit firm is Clifton Larson Allen, and tonight we have Rich Gonzalez on the Zoom feed, who will review our audit report. After Mr. Gonzalez has reviewed the audit report, I do have a few slides to review some of the financial highlights for the year. Do you have Rich Gonzalez on Zoom there?
Hey, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, and city staff. Thanks for allowing me to call in tonight to present the financial statements for the City of Seaside. And this is for the June 30th, 2021 audit. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay. Can everybody see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I just want to cover a few items. The purpose of the audit. I want to give you a summary of audit results by engagement. I also want to discuss our required audit communications to governance, which is City Council. And then we also want to discuss recent governmental accounting standards board pronouncements that will impact the city in the next couple of years. Okay, so the purpose of our audit is to express opinions providing reasonable but not absolute assurance whether the city's financial statements are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. And the emphasis here is reasonable assurance, not absolute. And again, our main objective is to provide assurance on the financial statements. So we're not looking for fraud. We're not looking for abuse. However, if we do run across any fraud or abuse, we will communicate that to governance. Okay, so the summary of audit results by engagement. So we issued 3 different reports, actually 4 different reports for 2021. The first one is the ACFR, which is the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. That is basically the financial statements of the city. We issued an unmodified opinion, which is a clean opinion, though we did have 2 material weaknesses, which we will discuss in the next couple slides. We also issued a report for the Seaside County Sanitation District. This is a component unit of the city of Seaside. And for this report, we issued an unmodified clean opinion, and we had no findings. Finally, we issued a Measure X compliance report, and this is basically an opinion on the financial statements in compliance with Measure X. And for this report, we issued an unmodified opinion on the financial statements, and we had no findings. And then finally, we issued a single audit report. And I don't believe you have this because we just issued this recently, but we do have the results. For those of you that don't know what a single audit is, it's basically an audit of the reconciliation at the end of the year. And then the second finding had to do with donated land from For or Reuse Authority, otherwise known as FORA. This was not captured in the prior year. I know a big issue was we weren't really sure whether this land was going to be used in operations or held for resale, but this was resolved this year. And one thing I do want to point out with these two findings is Victor and his team they're the ones who found this. So, kudos to them. This was brought to our attention during our audit for this year. Okay, then finally, want to go over the required audit communications. Just go over the matters that are required to be communicated to you as governance. As far as accounting policies, the city did adopt a new standard, GASB 84 fiduciary activities, though that did not have much of an impact on your financial statements. Accounting estimates, there were 3 major estimates. The claims liability is based on a report of claims from a third party. Then you have the net pension and OPEB liabilities, and then those are based on actuarial reports from third parties. And then finally, the valuation of donated land from FORA is based on recent sales of similar parcels. Corrected misstatements, this is related to the findings. So we had to adjust revenue from the prior year for 1.4 million for the transfer of cash from the successor agency. And then we had to adjust beginning capital assets for the land donated from FORA last year. We had no disagreements with management, and we had no consultations with other accountants. We did not identify any fraud or illegal acts, which is always a good thing. We did not have any significant difficulties encountered in the audit. We enjoyed working with Victor, Jesse, and the team. They're very responsive, and they provided us everything timely. We had no issues with any of the information they provided us. I'm going to skip the next point because it's basically just saying that we give an opinion on these other schedules that relate to the financial statements. And then finally, management representations. Before we issue the report, we're required to get a written representation letter from the city, which we did get before we issued the final report. And then for the final slide, just a heads up to the council and to management, GASB 87 will be effective for the city. And this is going to change how your leases are reported in your financial statements. And this is specific to operating leases. In the past, operating leases would just be disclosed in your financial statements as a footnote disclosure. Now with this new standard, they're going to be reported on your balance sheet. And this is a very complicated standard. So if the city has more than 5 of these, you want to get started on implementation right away. You do not want to wait till the summer. This will take some time to analyze some contracts. And with that, I'll hand it off to Victor.
Thank you, Rich. I do have a few slides just to go over some of the results for the fiscal year. If you could pull those up. Okay, get the next slide. Starting with the citywide operations, citywide reporting includes our general fund, plus all of our special revenue funds, capital project funds, enterprise funds, debt service funds, et cetera, all rolled up together. As you can see at the top of this slide, our revenues came in at $49.4 million, and our expenses as well came in at $49.4 million, so that the change in net position was a decrease of $10,000. Down below that, I have a 10-year trend so that you can see the net position over a trend of 10 years. Of note on this chart is the fiscal year 14-15. You'll see a drop of about $37 million. That was the first year that the city was reported to by GASB to report pension liability on the financial statements. And then the second item to note is the FORA land that Mr. Gonzalez just touched on. That was on June 29th of 2020. The city received nearly 600 acres of FORA land, and that was added this year as a prior year adjustment. That land is reported in the citywide report as a long-term capital asset and is valued at approximately $117 million. Next slide, please. Here we have a more specific look at the city's general fund. At the top of the slide, I show the fiscal year 1920 results, which was a $1.3 million surplus. The budget for 2021 projected a $4.4 million deficit. But with the actual results in the third column there, you can see revenues did not drop off as expected, and in fact came in at $42.6 million. And that was driven primarily by sales tax, property tax, and cannabis tax. Expenditures were even lower than originally expected and came in at $32.1 million. So that the final audited surplus for the year was $10.5 million. Down below, again, I have a 10-year trend. This is for the general fund balance, and you can see there's a steady increase in the general fund balance with a sizable jump in fiscal year 20-21, so that the balance ended the year at $30.3 million. Next slide. Here we have the distribution of the general fund balance. As I mentioned, $30.3 million was the balance at the end of the year. Of that amount, $2.7 million was in non-spendable form, 0.5 was restricted, and then $11.5 million is our committed rainy day reserves, which are fully funded. That leaves an unassigned fund balance of $15.7 million. Next slide. Just a very quick look at a couple of other funds. The water fund enterprise net position decreased by $119,000. That was due largely to pay-as-you-go financing of the water tank recoating project. Revenues, on the other hand, did increase $268,000 on a year-over-year basis, and that was due to an approved and scheduled rate increase. Transportation capital spending was $6.7 million. And general capital projects were $693,000, of which parks projects were $146,000 and solar panels project at $535,000. Next slide. And here's the recommendation. We do have our annual comprehensive financial report on the consent agenda tonight, as well as the governance letter and GAN limit report. Upcoming for finance is our mid-year budget report, which of course is later in this meeting, and the fiscal year 22-23 budget process, which we kicked off this morning at our management meeting. With that, I will take any questions.
Thank you for such a fine report. Any questions? Councilmember Campbell.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the excellent report. And reading these is just, it's really clear. I mean, I've seen some budget reports that are just really hard to follow, but I like how these are distilled here. Could you just please give me an example? I always forget what non-spendable and restricted funds are. If you could just give me an example of each.
The non-spendable is in the form of a loan that is due to the city from the successor agency. That's the main part of it. Okay. And we are pursuing getting that loan repaid, but we have to go through the state controller's office to get that. Oh, I'm sorry. Could you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. So that's non-spendable and then restricted.
And then restricted, it just means that it's there's a restriction on it from an outside source other than from within the city.
That the funds need to be spent in a very specific way, like
Correct.
Bond funds or whatever.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So just I was taken definitely struck by the 117 million in assets from the former Fort Ord. That's a significant number, and I'm surprised. Thank you for catching that, or whatever, recognizing that we got it on we have it on the books. Is that 117 million? And I understand that there could be some question as to how it's actually valued, but like whether it's worth. But is that purely land that is within Seaside's jurisdiction, or is this part of the LRA? And perhaps the city attorney might know that better. I don't know.
I believe that's all within the city of Seaside. Yeah. All within the city of Seaside.
It's all within the city of Seaside. Okay, that's a significant number, obviously, 117 million. And I guess we don't need to go through this now, but it'd be interesting to know what value per acre that is. And just so we have an idea of when we sell our properties, how close it comes to these values. Anyway, I find that to be a very intriguing number. That's more of a comment than a question. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? No, nope. When we get to it, the agenda items, this is a presentation. Yes, yes, you'll get a chance to talk, the community get a chance to talk. Well, you may not know off the top of your head, but 600 and something acres, I bet majority of that is in Seaside East, right?
Correct.
Okay, and what I wanted to really ask about that is its value is hard to imagine, but the government says it's worth 117, right? You know, because they want some tax dollars off of it, but it's of no value to us if it's not used. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, I would just, you know, it's a big number. We appreciate it, but for the value of the citizens, if we don't use that, then whether it's 117 or $117, we don't get nothing out of it if we don't use it. I wanted to ask you, do we have more than 5 leases as it relates to Gatsby 87?
I think we very well may.
And okay, I just wanted to highlight that. I know you're on top of it, but I just wanted to highlight it myself. And then that was my 2 points. Anybody else? All right.
Thank you.
Okay. And again, for the public, this will be on the agenda coming up. It's on the consent agenda, and we'll pull it off the consent agenda to talk about. I'm sure of what I'm saying. You'll get a chance to talk about these questions. That was just a presentation. We didn't vote anything out. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Just want to ask, overall, I think this is very good news. I just want to throw that comment
Yeah,
out there that just, all right, thank you.
No, I'm glad you raised that. I'm glad you raised it. All right, so, all right. Let's go to item number 7. 7D.
Thank you. Mr.
No, what item is that? I keep hearing rumblings. What item? For the audit. It's going to be 8C. All right, so presentations, city manager.
Thank you. The Executive Director of Palenque Arts is here, Mr. Sanchez, and he would like to make a presentation to the council on their programs.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public, my name is Juan Sanchez. I'm the Executive Director and founder of Palenque Arts, Multicultural Arts Center here in Seaside. I have a short presentation for you, but you know, I'm an artist, I'm a musician, and I think for you to experience the goods, I would like you to see a little video that we put together, a little slideshow. We won't promise not to make it too boring. These are our children who are singing in this music video, and our musicians that are playing the track for it. So thank you, Ernesto. This is called Seasons of Love, which I think we need. Get volume. I can play the music. Oh, here we go. So those images represent a fraction of the work that we've done. Palenque Arts, thank you. I think you have a copy of our, sorry. Thank you. I think you have a copy of the PowerPoint presentation. Just briefly, Palenque Arts was started in 2015 by a group of citizens who really wanted to create, I'll take the second slide, Ernesto, gracias. And 2015 is when we gathered the group of folks. In 2016 is when we actually had our first set of classes. We are located at the Martin Luther King School of the Arts in a renovated locker room space. Why Palenque Arts? Well, Palenque Arts was created because we identified the need for affordable, high quality multicultural arts classes and events for the city of Seaside. And so for the past 5+ years, that's exactly what we've done. We have offered arts, music, and dance classes to many families and folks who would never be able to afford it. What is our mission? Our mission is to educate, inspire, and transform the community through the arts. Our vision is to create a safe, vibrant, and inclusive multicultural arts center in the city of Seaside, uplifting youth voices, inspiring creativity, and transforming our community into a place where everyone feels seen, valued, and welcome through the healing power of the arts. What is it that we do? We have 5 areas of work. Our most important one is multicultural arts classes for youth. We have right now about 180 students that are taking classes weekly with us. Most of them are students from Martin Luther King School of the Arts because that's where we're located. We also do world music concerts, family art programs, healing arts workshops, and community events. I'll give you a short list of some of the stuff that we've done in spite of the pandemic in the city of Seaside for the last 14 months. A couple of those programs are virtual. We've presented a Vietnamese artist, Van An Vo. We've done our own Palenque Arts Festival, Laguna Grande Park, an open mic, poetry open mic in collaboration with the Epicenter. We collaborated in Oaxaca by the Sea. We've done gospel and spoken word event, Winter Wonderland with City of Seaside. You saw us there, a piano recital. 2 weeks ago, we did a program called Taste of Africa with artists from 6 different countries in Africa. And on Sunday, we just hosted for the first time the Watsonville Film Festival, and with a musical group, Los Chirrines, opening. We are planning to participate in the Earth Day celebrations with Sustainable Seaside folks. We're also going to be presenting for the first time at the World Theater at CSUMB, a Cuban music concert on April 30th. And June 5th, we're planning our 6th annual Palenque Arts Festival. All but 2 of those events are free to the public and open to everybody. Next. So who do we serve? I share with you 180 plus unduplicated clients. Most of them are ages 7 to 12. Most of them come from that particular school, but they come from other places as well. We have most of our families are from Oaxaca, Mexico, and El Salvador. We have some Black students, Asian students, and white students, but it's a smaller percentage because that's what it is at that particular school. We also serve some adults. We have drumming classes. We just started a book club in Spanish that serves adults as well. In our impact, these are some of the survey results from our parents. 100% of our families feel welcome. 97% rate our teachers are excellent, and the remaining 3%, that's very good. Improved self-esteem, 92% say that they did. 91% classes and events are rated as excellent by our parents, and the rest, 9% says very good. In addition to that, we have received 3 awards. One, the Marion Penn Award from and CSUMB Service Learning Institute. We received the 2019 Nonprofit of the Year Award from the Nonprofit Alliance in Arts and Culture. And I just was humbled enough to receive the Champion of the Arts Award from the Monterey County Arts Council of Monterey County, and I will be receiving that on behalf of Palenque Arts on June 18th. One more. So why is it that we're coming? You saw me when we were talking about the proposals for funding, and I was I'm here on behest of an invitation of the mayor, bringing forward what is it that we need at this point. Well, we need funding for 4 particular reasons. The first one is technology. You know, a lot of people just take for granted that grassroots organization like ourselves, we started with 0, have been using our own technology, our own computers, our own phones for the last 5 years, and we need to upgrade all that. We need to have expanded programs. As you saw from those numbers, we serve mostly elementary school kids because we're in an elementary school site, and some middle schools and very few high schoolers. We would like to expand to the high school and the middle school, and for that we really need your support. Staffing, as we are trying to make an impact in the community, of course, we will need teaching artists for these new programs and folks who will help us coordinate those efforts. And finally, kind of like the big elephant in the room, if you've been to Palenque Arts, and I actually want to acknowledge 3 members of the council who have, and I remember Dave, Councilman Pacheco, and very stormy night in 2016 came for a grand opening, and we are in a locker room. It is, I mean, you can check it around and decorate it. Like I think you saw the pictures. We do a lot with it, but we are really impacted. We really need a second facility, a place where we can expand. We just hired a program manager 3 weeks ago. First question that she posed to me is like, where is my office? And I said, the showers? No, I didn't say the showers, but I said, we don't have a place for you. So she actually has now a desk on the floor where the kids are singing and dancing and so on. It's really, really hard. We're challenged to continue doing the work. I'll finish with this. We have been partners with the city for a long, long time. We have been presenting events that we feel are trying to bring the community together, different constituencies, cultures. We have a lot of work to do. We still are listening. I just stopped today by the mosque, the Islamic Center. I called the Buddhist temple. We need to continue building bridges and building this tapestry. Palenque means a palisade, a collection of palos, sticks that come together to form something bigger. I hope that we can continue that, and we really, really would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Any questions? Councilmember Campbell, then Councilmember Garcia Zola.
Okay, it's mostly comment, but I guess I'll end with a question. Thank you very much, Mr. Sanchez. I really appreciate the presentation and the work that you do and what's created by your limited staff and the students. It's just, and the kids are just amazing. And it's a shame that historically California has underfunded schools and the arts, and so many studies show that this kind of education really helps round out a character and really helps people succeed in life. So I feel you're fulfilling a really important role here, and I do support what you're doing. And when it comes before the council, you can look forward to my support.
Thank you.
I suppose my question is, the very first song reminds me of when I was a child. What song is that?
So Seasons of Love is a song from the musical Rent. And we chose it at this time because many of our children and many of our families, and actually people that listen to us, they're kind of hurting. This is a really difficult time in their lives. We have over 30 families that have gone through COVID. We wrote three different support reliefs, direct relief support grants from Community Foundation that we were very fortunate to pass on to the families. Our parents are telling us that these kids are depressed. And, love is such a great unifying theme that we wanted to put it out there as a gift to the families, the kids, and to all of you who are
All
listening.
right, well, wonderful choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia Rosallo.
Thank you thank you so much. Magic that happens there. There's a lot of color, and you can feel the vibrancy and the sense of inspiration from the youth, whether it's through dancing, music, or just plain drawings that they do. Beautiful, beautiful murals out there. But what I did notice is that when we go into your storage unit is former showers, and
They're still there.
They're still there, and you start to wonder how do people fit in there? And my question is, you mentioned 100+ students that you serve.
180, yeah.
How much? Where do you keep them all at once?
So they don't come all at once. During the day, we have 3 different groups, 2 hip hop dance classes that are it's 30 per class. And then we have a ballet folklorico in the morning as well. And then the afternoon, we have, if you go to our website, we have 13 different classes that we offer. So, right now, today, as I was leaving, we had private instruction for piano. We are right now offering private piano, clarinet, violin, trumpet. We are also doing jazz. So we take turns. And one of the challenges, and actually I was talking to my program manager, is to transition. Like on Mondays and Fridays, we do visual arts. And it's amazing. It's kind of very therapeutic, right? But they leave a mess. So unless we get service learners from CSUMB, which we do now, and our staff, we have to scrub because the dancers are next, right? And the dancers are going to slip with the paint. And so it's really very, really, really hectic. So, but we are not making any excuses. We're putting our heads down and trying to put the hard work, because day in and day out, our families are telling us that without us, they'll feel lost. So.
And then if I'm not mistaken, you're also run by volunteers?
Yes, we have right now about 40+ active volunteers.
And most of them are young, I assume.
Yeah, well, actually, the most constant volunteers are the ones that are service learners from CSUMB. They're like 18, 19 years old. We do have a couple of younger ones, but for special events, it's all hands on deck. Like the festival, we have about 30 folks who make that happen.
And if I'm not mistaken, you have a stage outside of your facility, right?
Yes.
Where students dance in the cold sometimes.
Yeah, so during the pandemic, it has been really, really challenging. We have tried to make Palenque a very safe environment. Actually, somebody asked me, "Oh, are you guys back?" I'm like, "Yeah, we've been back for a whole year." And sometimes I can show you pictures where we're all like freezing outside. All our singers have been singing outside the whole time, because that's the best practices, right? Masked and outside. And even with that, we worry, right? Yeah. So yes, we are outside as well.
Sweet. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I want to commend you for many things, but I see you as a role model, a mentor, and over the years, almost a Pied Piper for youth that you bring along with you to countless events. Also, your partnership with the city and pretty much every event the city puts on, and your community events as well. But I went to the Taste of Africa, and for decades I've been going to events throughout the city, especially in Seaside. And that event, the message of unity together, we're all in this together, is probably the best event that I've attended over the last 15 years. That's for free, that had a message that brought people together and everybody working on the same pathway to making our city and the peninsula and the world a better place. Just the message was outstanding. And I have not seen anything like that for decades. So
thank you.
On that one event, I just wanted to thank you and make note of that. And the artists
We're
were
phenomenal.
beyond fabulous.
Yes.
And the message they shared was
I will
amazing.
pass on the kudos to them there. I've already told them that they got requests already for them to come back next year. So
Thank you.
thank you so much.
Oh, one question, I'm sorry.
Yes.
If a business, I mean, a building magically appeared,
Oh, yes.
no, I'm just saying magically, came down and landed on a spot that wasn't in by a school or wasn't by a, was off a beaten path as such.
Yes.
Can you lead them to that site potentially?
Absolutely. So we have a short-term vision to really expand. We're like bursting at the seams, right? Our minimal needs is to have a couple office spaces and a classroom and a place to drop off kids and, parking so parents can come and drop off. So that's the minimal. But of course, our big vision is to actually bring to fruition a performing arts center, visual arts center, a center of gathering for the community where we can all belong and really have, that's a larger vision, of course. But yes, if you have anybody that has a building that is underused, we will give it so much love. They'll be so proud of us. We promise to do it justice.
I'll make a suggestion to the mayor next week.
Thank you.
And to the city manager.
Yeah. Let it fall from heaven and knock me over, right? The thing is, I think the whole council and the community has that ultimate vision in our minds of a multicultural center that we can have performing arts while we're doing, our thing here in this community. So it's good that you have that kernel and we have you in our community, if that makes sense for everybody, because someone has to be focused on that while the council has, day-to-day things to do. But I did want to say that for the past, and I've been to Plague Acts events a couple times, more than a handful. And I visit over there a couple times. And just for the public, I want to make sure they understand that the space that you have is probably a little smaller than this.
Yes.
And within that space that's smaller than this, you're doing all those things. And like the council member said, your storage, right, is kind of like for us in the room, it's kind of like behind that wall over there in the corner. But when you go in there, you realize it was a shower room for kids 25 years ago.
Yeah.
And the shower heads are still up there.
They're still there.
So to take out the equipment, to put the equipment up, you have to watch your head.
Yes.
Or you might hit it on the shower head, right? Yeah. And so I just want to give them the real visual about what we're talking about here, what you've been facing, and you've been very successful with that. So I appreciate that. At times I think the district can do more for you, but that's a different group. But it's important that the city does what it can for you. And I look forward to doing something. I think the council said they look forward to hearing this again and being able to take advantage of the opportunity of what little monies we have to share with you, because you are our partner in improving the lives of kids and families. And then I had to go back and update my notes to say adults for the book club.
That's right.
For the book club, right? And so we're going to make sure we do something for you as the best we can, and we'll look to do that at the mid-year budget review. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Next, we'll go to item number 8, the consent agenda. 8A, approve and file city checks for the tune of $2,169,453.17. 8B, approve and file successor agency checks for the tune of $116.62. 8C, accept and file the June 30th, 2021 annual comprehensive financial report, including the independent auditor's report, which we just talked about, and the governor's letter and the gain limit report. 8D, approving the appointments of Community Safety Advisory Commission and the Planning Commission. 8E, approve proclamation recognizing the Meals on Wheels 50th anniversary of the National Senior Nutrition Program. 8F, approve a proclamation recognizing March 2022 as American Red Cross Month. 8G, approve a fee waiver from the Bethel Missionary Baptist Church for the use of Laguna Grande Hall and kitchen for the faith-based luncheon on March 23rd, 2022. 8H, approve a co-sponsorship of Sustainable Seaside's 2022 Sustainable Seaside Earth Day celebration and electric vehicle test drive demo fair at Seaside City Hall lawn on April 30th, 2022. 8I, adopt a resolution authorizing the closure of Jim Moore Boulevard to through traffic from Broadway Avenue to San Pablo Avenue for the Seaside Exotic event on August 20th, 2022. 8J, approve a letter of support for Veterans Home in Monterey County. That'll be a new veterans home in the state in Monterey County. 8K, adopt a resolution authorizing a professional service agreement with the Wallace Group in the amount of $187,700 to perform engineering and geological services for the water augmentation well siting study to support the Campus Town project. 8, and that concludes the reading of the consent agenda. Is there any item on the consent agenda that someone on the council would like to pull at this time? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know, it's not really a poll so much, I just don't know if you know that some members for item 8E are here in the chamber for the proclamation, and I don't know if you wanted to.
I had left instructions for someone to tell me whether they were here or not. So that's a good question.
They indeed are.
Okay. E?
Also item
Yes.
I.
So we'll pull E, and then we will pull I. And then I wanted to pull C. All right, so C, E, and I is pulled. Is there anyone in the council chambers would like to pull the item off the consent agenda? Okay, is there anybody on Zoom? Like to pull an item off the consent agenda?
There are no
Okay,
persons on Zoom, Mayor.
okay, that's, okay. Bringing it back to the council, what's the will of the council?
So I move that we approve the consent agenda, less items C, E, and I.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second that we approve the consent agenda, except C, E, and I. On the question, yeah, public comment. Okay, okay, come on. Come on down for public comment.
Hi, my name is Catherine Crockett, and I'm going to take this off. I just want to thank the council and the mayor and everyone for agreeing to co-sponsor our Earth Day event on April 30th. I want to thank Councilman Pacheco for offering to be an MC, and also our Recreation Services Department for all the work they've done to logistically and to help make this happen. And I'll be working with them even more. This also involves a rededication of Highland Otis Park. A lot of improvements made at that park, and we really appreciate that. We just appreciate the council and city staff and so much for partnering with us on this event. And I've got some flyers that I'll leave with the city clerk. Thank you.
Clicker? Is that our, the clicker in your hand?
Oh, yes.
That's all right. They're reusable batteries, sustainable Seaside. Okay, any more questions, public comment? I mean, somebody on Zoom.
Members of the public on Zoom wishing to make public comment, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone. Mr. Scott Ingeberstein, you will have the floor.
Sorry about that. Is this the time that I would comment on item I on the agenda?
No,
Okay, I'll wait to do that then.
yeah, it'll be about, I don't know, 3 or 4 minutes probably.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else on Zoom like to comment on the consent agenda?
Currently, currently, there are no other members on Zoom, Mayor.
Okay. Public comment is closed. Roll call vote. Yes, of course.
Is roll call vote still required at this stage?
The answer is yes. Well, I say yes. Okay. Yeah, and until we figure it out, until I have a better understanding, the answer is yes. Now that may change in 20 minutes, right? Okay, all right,
So roll call.
yeah.
Council and agency member Garcia Razola.
Yes.
Council and agency member Wizard.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
So thank you so much. Item number C, accept and file the June 30th, 2021 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, including independent auditors report, the governance letter, and the gate limit report. So where's, did they leave, city manager? Oh, there you go, all the way in the back. Victor, come on down for a second. You already briefed us that this will be on the consent agenda. So is there anything you wanted to add about this item that you didn't say before? And if the answer is nothing, then that's fine.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, are there any questions from the public?
Mr. Mayor, Daryl Shote. I know this might rock the boat a little bit, but that report you gave normally is 99.9% been a public hearing because it's the main Bible of we call financials of the city. And so that is a presentation and not having open public on it is kind of bad, but at the same time, everything on the agenda is supposed to be open public. The new law says. So I just thought I'd throw that out. But what I didn't hear the gentleman say that made a presentation is the management report. Nonetheless, they're calling that new report that they're calling governance letter, the new management report. And I would advise each one of you to get a copy. That is not normally a paper that the audit or the management wants you to read. But when I was up there, we made sure that that came on every audit, because that's going to tell you a lot of the background of things that we really need to focus on. And it's important that you as elected officials know that. It's not a slap against your management. It's not a slap against anybody, but it's more defined than the audit report. The audit report's numbers. The management report tells you where do we need to repair.
Public comment remains open.
Members of the public on Zoom wishing to make public comment, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone. Mayor, there aren't any more hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Public comment is closed. You want to speak to any of those issues or concerns that you may have an answer to at this time?
I don't think that's the same report, the management report, but I
Could
can
you
get,
just speak?
I can get that to you. Yeah. I can get the management report to you.
Was it in the packet?
No. But it was covered by the auditor.
Okay.
There were two
No,
material
we
weaknesses.
heard it. We heard it.
Yeah.
So what did it say?
There were 2 material weaknesses, which he covered, and that we're working to correct.
Okay. Any questions from the council? Councilmember Campbell.
We do have the governance letter in here as well. That's a summary of the entire report. Would that be a fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, and then, we'll take those suggestions and comments on advisory. We can always do better. That's no issue. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Bringing it back to the council, what is the will of the council?
I'll make a motion to support item C or approve item C.
Second.
It's been properly moved. Is there a second? To accept the budget, the audit. It's been probably moved in second that we accept and file the above annual comprehensive financial report, including independent auditor's report, the governor's letter, and the gain limit report. Any further questions? All those in favor, use the regular sign of voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Hearing none, motion carries. 8E, approved proclamation recognizing the Meals on Wheels 50th anniversary for the National Senior Nutrition Program. Okay. Okay, hello.
Hello, how are you?
Hello. Could you tell everybody who you are?
Sure. Christine Wingy, the Executive Director at Meals on Wheels. Good evening, I'm Esther Hobbs and a proud citizen of Seaside, and I am the Development Manager of Meals on Wheels of the Monterey Peninsula.
Well, thank you so much for being here. I want to read this here. I want to read this proclamation on behalf of the citizens of Seaside to Meals on Wheels in support of the National Seniors Nutrition Program 50th anniversary. Whereas since 1972, the National Senior Nutritional Program has funded local agencies and organizations to serve home-delivered and congregate meals to help to ensure older adults have opportunities to stay healthy, independent, and connected. And whereas more than 10 million older Americans face hunger each year, and whereas older Americans face malnutrition, isolation, and whereas local senior nutrition programs help older adults access healthy foods, nutritional screenings, education and counseling, social opportunities, and other supports that encourage well-being. And whereas the Meals on Wheels of Monterey Peninsula is an integral part of Seaside, providing subsistence and so much more to our older community members, especially those most vulnerable to social isolation. And whereas Meals on Wheels of the Monterey Peninsula is having a positive impact on our community and the senior members by nutritioning their bodies, minds, and spirit, empowering seniors, disabled adults, veterans to remain independent, driving out hunger and isolation in our region. Now therefore be proclaimed that I, the Honorable Ian Oglesby Norwood, said that backwards, didn't I? Who got a little Alexis over there? Ian Oglesby, Mayor of the City of Seaside, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim March 2022 to be the 50th anniversary of the National Senior Nutritional Program. We urge every resident to recognize older adults and the people who support them through nutritional services as essential contributors to the strength of the community. I'm gonna say a few words and then I'm gonna see if the council want to say a few words about the importance of this. I just want to, say thank you guys so much. Especially we know our seniors need the help, and they need the food, and they need the energy, and they need the companionship, and you guys provide it. You're always out there. Me and the rest of the council did a little bit of that when we had COVID. We were serving meals and food kits to our residents, but you guys do it every day. And a lot of your drivers do it on their own gas, their own time, and I'm sure spending their own little money too, often, right? And so I just want to say thank you for all that you do for the community, and we'll just present this I got some alcohol later. You got some alcohol right here. Starting on this end, is there anybody want to?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I'll just say briefly, the work that you do is so very needed in our communities. And it's not a thing about rich or poor or have not. It's that seniors need to still be included in our communities, and not everybody has mobility regardless of what kind of resources you have. And so I'm so grateful that you are doing this hard work day in and day out. And I had the great opportunity to visit recently and saw the production that goes into preparing these meals to feed the families and the households that that comprise our communities. And it's just an incredible feat that you pull off every single day. So thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I know you deliver to the Oldemeyer Center that feeds numerous seniors, and I know that's very much appreciated. Also, I know some of the drivers that bring food to the seniors in Seaside. And I think they really enjoyed the learning opportunity that the drivers, as far as the training. And they really appreciate, I'm sure on both ends, the interaction between the people receiving the food and those that are delivering food. I think there's some really nice positive bonds of people that is probably just as important as the delivery of the food. I think the opportunity to communicate when you're stuck at home in a situation is really, really hard. And when they have an opportunity to meet somebody and see somebody, I think it changes lives. And I just wanted to thank you for that.
Yeah, I just want to add quickly, just jump on what the Mayor Pro Tem said about that. And I want to kudos to Mr. Dan Mullis over there, because when the COVID-19 hit, we had to close the Oldemeyer, and there was a lot of citizens that would come there for a meal. And then he put in a process where I think we were delivering once a week. And so I did that for about 20 months. And I just want to take off hats to him, because now I know what you guys do every day. I was just doing it once a week. And the relationships that I built with some of those people in their homes were just, you could tell that they appreciate not only the food, but appreciate the living the conversation I was giving them, right? Other people might spend more time, but I would just want to appreciate what the Mayor Pro Tem said. So you guys can have some words.
Thank you. We like to consider that more than a meal service. And so the opposite is also true, and yet still as important, that I can't tell you, there at least weekly, if not more, there is some sort of emergency that we find where somebody's fallen, somebody hasn't, is incoherent or of some sort, and our procedures in place then get that person help. And without that contact, who knows, what could really happen. So I appreciate everything that you do, and I'm also looking forward to growing here in Seaside as we anticipate opening a second kitchen in this area because of the demand that we've seen increase in the last 2 years. So looking forward to partnering with you on that.
I just want to take an opportunity to thank all of you for your support, for all of the other grants that we have received from the city of Seaside. We certainly appreciate your support and help. And I'd also like to issue all of you an invitation to come. I'm happy to escort all of you to see what we do. Come and observe how we produce our meals. And if you'd like to have a chance to deliver to a few Seaside residents, I'm happy to take you along and we can do that. So the best way to do that, can I give my cell phone number on this option?
If you want to go worldwide. Why don't we just.
You can reach me at ehobbs@mowmp.org, or you could probably call Ashley or somebody and they can tell you my phone number. So, but I'd love to have a chance to take you all out. Thank you very much for all of your support.
That's a good point. And the thing is, we laugh, but it could have happened because I think it's at least 7 other Seasides in the United States. And we get communication from Seaside, Oregon all the time. So saying, hey, Seaside residents, call me at this number may not be good. Thank you. Thank you. Let's move on. We'll take this last one and then we'll take our break for, it'll be,
Make a motion.
okay, public comment is open. For the Meals on Wheels?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a great job of Meals on Wheels, but I don't want to miss what you did for this city this week at that funeral for that officer. And I see the news continue running a script about it, and your words are in it. And I don't think anybody wants to not recognize what you did for our city that day. That was very, very, very outstanding, representing our council and representing our city at that funeral. And believe me, it went a long way. We had a great meeting at the Breakfast Club this morning about it. People really are appreciative of it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Public comment remains open on the 50th year of Meals on Wheels. Hearing no one, seeing no one, public comments closed. What is the will of the council?
Motion to approve item E.
Second, and real quick on the second.
It's been probably moved in second on the second.
It really sounds like they support life both figuratively and literally. That's just a wonderful thing they do.
Yeah, I'm glad they mentioned about the healthcare part. Sometimes we don't forget that. And I know as a couple people, I had to take the box inside their house. You know what I'm saying? It's just some people, you know, they just really need that helping hand. All those in favor, use the record sign of vote, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Hearing none, ayes, motion carry. Item number 8I, adopt a resolution authorizing the closure of Jim Moore Boulevard to through traffic from Broadway Avenue to San Pablo Avenue for the Seaside Exotic event, August 20th, 2022. Who pulled that?
I did.
Is any questions, or issues, or concerns?
Well, a combination of all the above.
Yes.
May I have some questions and a brief comment, then I'll ask some questions, whoever, I think, Mr. Mewis, are you responsible for that item? So as he comes up, the goal of the exotic car show in the initial year was to financially improve and impact businesses positively on West Broadway and create a greater awareness of our downtown. According to the businesses on Broadway, is very successful, and that was in communication this week. So my first question related to that, if staff, does staff believe the exotic car show helped business in the first year and showcase Broadway?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. I'm Dan Mewis, the Recreation Director. And to answer your question, Mayor Pro Tem, I do think that you are correct on that. And I do believe that it did help Broadway for sure.
Okay. So I'm going to try to expedite this. So I have 3 points. And if I'm wrong, you can tell me I'm wrong, and that's cool. And we'll go back. So if a business person wanted to have it, and I know this, I know in the report or in communication with you, it said the promoter was willing to help businesses being part of the event. I have no doubt that is true. But I have the concerns, and maybe you can help clarify or verify.
Okay.
So these are my 3 concerns, and if we have to go backwards, we can. So the cost of the health permit is a minimum of $100 for a business person. Point 1. Point 2, and this is really important, I think, the cost of a legal food vendor booth that meets Monterey County Health Department guidelines. It's potentially $300 to $500 if you don't have a booth already and you have to bring one forward. And then point 3, you may not know this, but I'll ask it anyway. Across Seaside, across the nation and the state, there's a shortage of staff in businesses, especially local restaurants, like I said, because some stores have to close down because of lack of staff. And to operate a food booth and your business increases the cost of staff, plus the challenging of hiring new staff for a special event. Do all 3 of those make sense to you at all?
First point of the $100, I do believe that is correct. I don't know the exact cost of what it takes to put up a booth for someone that doesn't know. So $300 to $500 seems probably correct. I'm not 100% sure. As a regard to the staffing, I do agree that staffing is, a challenge right now. We're seeing it right now with the city. Part-timers are hard to come by.
Right. Do you think? I don't think, just briefly, as I won't ask that question, but obviously that impacts the businesses and it impacts whatever. There is a median, I believe, on General Moore Road. And I'm not sure if they're planning to put cars on both sides or not. I don't know if it was suggested of. If they are, the norm for people is to walk across mediums rather than walking down to the other area. Do you consider that as a potential liability issue?
I mean, I don't think I'm at liberty to say that. I'm not a risk manager, so that's kind of out of my wheelhouse.
Okay, and we'll talk about that in my comments. Was there consideration for the site increasing, even though it was on Canyon Road for years on a smaller area, from Del Monte, then hooking up Broadway as one option, to going up to, let's say from Del Monte and Broadway to the post office, so it's all level. Or third suggestion would be, was it considered on Del Monte from Broadway to, I don't know, Playa, let's just make that up. Were those other areas looked at?
So to kind of, can I show a couple slides real quick?
You're in charge, yeah.
So obviously we're here to talk about approving to adopt the resolution, but I want to show that this was the map of the projected area. And the exotics team is on board too. So I kind of want to go over a couple of things as well. But to answer your question, we did have multiple meetings with exotics as well as our special events committee to kind of wrap our way, the thinking around this event. And our first meeting with the exotics is that they proposed, they wanted it to expand. They wanted to go up above Broadway and go through the intersection up higher. And as the special event committee was kind of coming together and really getting the feedback from our public safety, because it impacts them the most when you're bringing, when we talk about the last time they were here, they had 20,000 people ascend on Broadway. And when we're talking about those kind of numbers, potentially increasing by even more thousands with them not being here last year, and the need of such a high caliber event for the community, that extending it that far was just not feasible on a public safety standpoint, for police response and fire response and anything in that nature. And then expanding up to Broadway, even doing the other side, kind of has that same kind of limitations. So we, as a special event committee, came together thinking that General Gym was a better location, primarily because it is the same length as what they were doing on Broadway, but it is 4 lanes of road. So now they have double the space, where if you can see at the bottom of that map there, all the yellow strips, that's all the cars. So whereas before on Broadway, they had cars kind of backed up and they're intermixing with everything else in there. So they have 2 lanes of traffic for cars, and then up above, they have 2 lanes of traffic for all the other amenities that they would normally have in the event. Okay. And this was the one conclusion that we all could come together as a special event committee that made the most sense, that was the most safe, conscious aspect for the residents, and to have the best response time for our public safety.
And I appreciate that. When it comes to a vote and comments, I'll share my disagreement, and that's all. But I appreciate the groups coming together, discussing it. I appreciate the exotic cars concept of trying to do something different in somewhere else, but I have some serious concerns, and we'll share that at a later time. Thank you.
Any other council member, was it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mewis, could you, I don't know if you have this information off the top of your head, what is the distance in linear feet that we're talking about on General Gym
It's roughly a half mile. It's this,
The General Jim Moore Park.
it's roughly the exact same distance right now that spanned from San Pablo to Broadway as it is from Del Monte to Fremont.
And they needed more space than that.
They wanted more space than that. And this is giving them basically double the space within the same amount of space, if I'm being clear, with the 2 lanes of, yeah.
Yeah, so because we're moving to 4 lanes, as proposed on General Jim, they can still cover half a mile, but they get twice as much space because it's twice as much roadway in width. Otherwise, they would be looking at a request of, we would be evaluating a request of closer to 1 mile if it was a 2-lane road.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilmember Garcia Zola.
Parking for that. Where's it going to be at?
So the great thing about General Jim is that you can park parallel along the whole road, all the way from, basically from Broadway, all the way down to past Hilby, and then the same way all the way back. So we're still keeping both lanes of traffic open, but you will be able to parallel park along the side. And then the same goes from the other direction, from San Pablo all the way to Co. We will also be opening up Eucalyptus Road for parking, as we did the prior time when they were here.
In the streets, and it's going to be packed.
Like I said, we assess it with public safety, and they feel more comfortable about this road, and they can come probably address their concerns if they have any more. If you have some more questions for them on that.
Has an incident action plan been in place? Have we reviewed that?
We don't have one. The good thing is we are preparing this, months in advance, where we have time to put this together. Or I believe when we think about what we did last time they were here, we got the request and, came to you guys in June, and we approved it in June for an event in August. So we're well ahead of the game right now, where we can definitely get all that information.
Okay. Thank you.
And Councilmember Campbell.
Thank you. The special event committee. That's funny. I've never heard of that committee before. Who is that? Is it staff?
Yeah, it's basically all the department heads.
Department heads. Okay, so that's who.
And then any of the support staff. I know the maintenance and utility superintendent sits on it, and any of the managers or department heads.
Okay, so this was fairly is going to be impacted and things like that. We're thoroughly vetted in the special events committee.
We discuss everything, because we understand that the businesses do, rely on that, for event. It's a huge event on Broadway. Don't get me wrong.
We've done it once, right? And
Correct.
I was down there. It was amazingly busy. I don't know how the businesses actually could handle all the traffic. They probably couldn't.
And they were parking at that, you go back to that year, they were parking on Eucalyptus and shuttling people down. That road was parked all the way up there. So we were just trying to look at what the safest, most effective way to hold this kind of event in the city that brings this many people.
So what sort of amenities do you envision here, as far as before we had all the Broadway restaurants and the bar and other brother and things like that. So what do you anticipate the visitors having access to up there?
So we haven't gotten all that information yet from the promoters. They're actually on the call right now, so they may have a more in-depth look at what they're looking at. I think primarily for them, they want to get approval first before they start locking in everything. It is my understanding that they are getting a lot of requests from their sponsors and the other groups that want to participate, because they missed out last year.
All right. Just do you anticipate that they're, if you're drooling over an exotic car,
up there, but that I'm not saying it's out the realm of possibility.
All right. Okay, thank you. Well, so I guess we'll see how this goes, and we'll have 2 completely different venues to compare next year. Thank you.
I would imagine that if they were going to serve alcohol up there, we would know before. Would that make sense?
Yeah.
I didn't hear about that coming in.
No, I know tonight. I'm just saying, I want to be clear for the public.
For sure.
To, because that changes the nature of the event, and that's not in here right now, right? So if it's added, I would imagine it'll come back up here again. I'm just being clear. Because otherwise the application is not complete, right? Okay, so my point is I'm very concerned about the businesses down there also, and that's why I think from day one, I was clear about our businesses should get some type of first right of refusal to serve up there. Now, the cost to get up there, I'm not aware of, but my understanding is anybody that went down there should understand this. To actually enjoy the thing, you had to squeeze between 89 other people. If you went down there, that's what you had to do. And so it was tight already, and they wanted to go across the street, virtually closing down Fremont, right? Forcing the Fremont traffic in the other roads, virtually closing them down because they'd be filled with parked cars. And so either we have the event and make it a safer event by moving it up to General Jim Moore, or we probably couldn't have it. That's my understanding as it relates to, and I get the other part of the special event team down here to confirm the safety aspects. I know that's not your part, but that's the thing. We wanted to bring this back to the city, and this is the best way to do it so people are safe and not just crowded down on a little street. Come down here, Chief Borges, could you come down, please, for a minute? And speak to the aspect of, I think you and maybe the fire chief had to think through the request of the crowd being down there and going across the street up to the post office, so to speak. So.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Nick Borges, Seaside PD. Yes, so the location that they originally wanted, it's really challenging for public safety, not only for our response, but the traffic that we have to block off on major thoroughfares. So this secondary location that they came up with, it's much better for our response time. It's easier for people to come and go. Parking is huge. We talk about parking, there's thousands of people that attend this event. And the last time that we had this, we had to call in support from other law enforcement agencies because we were completely understaffed. I think 20 other agencies had to respond to help out with some crowd control issues. So from a public safety standpoint, from the PD, we need a location where we can respond to quickly. We can manage roads much better when blocking things off and not cause mass interruption within city limits. So this location seemed like a feasible spot for us to accomplish those goals.
Right. I think you said, I'm not sure, did you say they picked it or you guys picked it?
Well, it was a collaboration. So we
Okay.
discussed locations where it could happen here in Seaside.
Right, right. Let me get the chief of fire down here, Chief. Anything to add, Chief, as it relates to, responding to any type of medical emergencies down there as opposed to?
Yeah, we were on multiple meetings with the Exotics, talking with them about different locations based on the size of the event, based on wanting to close out additional streets, shutting down Fremont, moving up Broadway. We just saw a lot more obstacles with emergency response, parking. They also want to build some pretty extensive structures to display like the Ford store. There's no way they're going to build these structures down there on Broadway. So we're trying to allow them that opportunity. It's a great venue and the view. I had all three operational division chiefs on that call with the Exotics and our team. They agree it's a better location. They've been here for 25 years. They've been to the events. They've seen the challenges with Broadway. I mean, personally, I saw the challenges with the event we had down there, that wonderful event, the War by the Shore. It was just too many people, too many challenges. So we worked extensively and we feel comfortable with the limits. We actually shortened it. They wanted to close it from Hillby all the way to San Pablo. And we said no to that because it impacts Monterey, Marina, Palm, fire departments for helping us out. So we have a good plan. And we will do an incident action plan. We do it actually for every car show in Seaside. We did it last year, so we'll do it for this one. So I have confidence in our operational plan.
Okay, hold on. I see both of you guys' hand. No, I just want to get both of you guys on the record as being part of that team that reviewed it. I think it's important for the citizens to hear your voice. The Mayor Pro Tem has his hand up first, and then we'll go to Councilmember Garcia.
I understand your perspective from the safety. Things. And then I'll have a question for Mr. Muse as well. That probably is not very fair, but I think it's point to the point. Why couldn't he go up Del Monte either way and then hook up Broadway, or just put it on Del Monte, the whole Del Monte? That, I guess that's my question for you. Then I'll ask you, Mr. Muse, one more question.
So I wasn't presented all the options. I was presented that option and the option of Broadway crossing over Fremont and going up to the east. So, I mean, we weren't thrown on all the options. We were presented with the one option and then General Jim Moore. General Jim Moore made the most sense. If we're talking about having food availability, I don't know all those details.
Down to the area. Thank you. So my question for you is, and again, this is, let's go with your professional opinion, even though we may disagree. How does this benefit the seaside residents versus the residents of the peninsula? Because now I see it not a seaside focused venue, but a peninsula focused venue. Because of the broad cross General Moore Road. And then tying into that, I'll make this point. If you go to an event on Alvarado Street and it's packed, which there have been, the businesses make money. If you go to a large event on Custom House Plaza, they have those events because they're close to the wharf, they're close to Alvarado. So that business surrounding area makes money. But then when you have an event on General Moore Road, it costs a business on Broadway approximately $1,000, time you add staff, to go to Broadway and sell stuff. How does that benefit our resident other than the public relations perspective? And I get that. That's the value of it, I would think.
If you don't mind, Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to jump in on this. Our preference certainly would be to have this event down in the business community so the businesses would have the availability to do exactly what you're saying. What we were faced with is finding a location that would be safe for the public, where our community could attend this free event. And that's one of the things that I heard from Exotics is they want to bring these fancy cars to our community. And when we looked at General Jim Moore, we had the public safety issues, but we also have the fact that it really is so close to the neighborhoods that so many of the neighbors can walk up there. So we do definitely lose the having it in the downtown, but there's also no parking in the downtown. So you get a mixture of pluses and minuses when you look at this location, but we really do think that it has a lot of benefits. And we did emphasize with Exotics, and I understand the logistics, that seaside businesses get right of first refusal to be up there.
Public comments now open.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Michelle Overmeyer. I'm a resident of Seaside. I have to say that in general, I am very much in support of Mayor Pro Tem's comments. I have some big concerns with the staff proposal. So I'm very happy to see that Exotics on Broadway is coming back to our city. This is a very fun family event I attended in 2019, and I actually had the chance to meet Dennis Rodman out there. I think I come up to his hip. And maybe him being there was the draw for the crowd that we saw. So however, as a commissioner on your environmental commission, I do have some concerns that this proposal goes against sound environmental policy as it relates to air quality and energy. Since there is time, I urge you to take a pause on voting on this item and instead encourage your staff and the special event committee to use their creative problem-solving minds to find a better solution. Perhaps we can work collaboratively with our peer agencies and see how emergency responders in other cities have handled events like this. General Jim Moore is on the outskirts of town, and it is not served by public transit. Attendees will be required to drive to the event, except for a handful of Seaside residents who live within walking distance. The core commercial area where local businesses already exist and thrive is on Broadway. The city has plans for an active and inclusive urban village in the Broadway area, so we should be encouraging that as a gathering spot. You also recently purchased a very expensive parking lot near Broadway and Del Monte, and that could be used as a resource for this event. So locating major events like Seaside Exotic should be prioritizing the local economy and take advantage of pre-existing businesses that will benefit from the extra foot traffic without having to add additional staff and resources to set up temporary off-site business locations for a single day. Many of our small businesses would be left out of the event if it's placed on General Jim Moore. Again, with air quality and energy in mind, I recommend the city keep this event centrally located where most residents can walk, bike, or take transit to enjoy this community event and shop and eat at our local businesses. Thank you.
Daryl Shote. I want to share in on this because this is, most of you know that I was the director over the Monterey Bay Blues Fest for 28 years, and my responsibility was to make 114 guests, 114,000 guests in a weekend enjoy a festival. When I looked at this, and I personally will say, this is probably the most mistake you ever want to do. That medium on General Jim Moore is a major liability to the city, unless you're going to lay boards on everything on that medium. You lay boards, people can walk across, but that soft dirt in there is a liability waiting to happen. I mentioned to a couple of you elected officials, if you don't want Broadway and you still want to keep Seaside intact, I would recommend you take from Storelli Brothers all the way up to the Retirement Social Club. It's larger, it's 4 lanes, it's wide. It's not a very used area on the weekends because most of those businesses are closed. That is a perfect location if we have to move businesses to get involved in tents and everything. It's a wide street. General Jim Moore is not gonna be able to solve everything. The only food vendors they can really have up there is the roach trucks, which is the vending trucks. And unfortunately, those are just not it. Now on Broadway, I go to the San Jose Festival every year. They do signalization right at, like if it was Broadway. They would, when the lights go, they have an officer blow his whistle and everybody walks across. They do that the whole time, the whole weekend. There's an officer on both sides, just letting people go across. And you're only talking up and down. You're not talking across because nobody wants to go across. It can work on Broadway if you want to extend it. You just have to have signalization control over there. But if not, the only alternative I think you have is from Storelli Brothers, that entire block all the way up to the Retirement Social Club will more than take care of what they're doing. They can line vehicles on the sides and down the middle at the same time. And then they need to put the public toilets where you guys really, that's something you really got to learn not to do. You don't put that into the activity. Toilets go on side streets and you just identify where they're at. You put them in the thing, you just took away a whole bunch of room. That's one of the things you had on that last one. public toilets on everything, just in the middle of the street. I told you, and I'll say again, I am an expert in doing events, and I am offering you any service you need to help you. I don't have a problem with that because I love my city. And then on behalf of the members of the Broadway, we were a little shocked too that it was moving. We were shocked and we didn't want it to move at all neither. And I will tell you, I wasn't there. Deja Blue was not there. And actually there's 6 businesses there now that wasn't there that are now there. So we thought it was coming back too. Thank you.
Public comment remains open. Is there anybody on the Zoom call want to speak during public comment?
Members of the public on Zoom wishing to make public comment, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone. Mr. Scott Ingebertson, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to object to this motion to close General Jim Moore Boulevard on Saturday, August 20th for the Seaside Exotics events. I'm a fan of the event, but closing General Jim Moore is not a good idea. My name is Scott Ingebretson. I represent the Concorso Italiano, which occurs on the same day of this proposed closure. Concorso has been one of the 3 main car week events on the peninsula for 37 years, and 19 of the last 25 have been at Bayonet Black Horse Golf Course just up the road. Concorso Italiano is a 501c3 nonprofit company. Our events have raised needed funds for local charities, historically including Habitat for Humanity, San Carlos School, Jacob's Heart, Boy Scouts, Make-A-Wish, York School, and many other local school athletic teams. We even work with the Seaside Middle School there to show the kids what it takes to put on an event. We draw as many as 1,000 exhibitor cars and typically well over 7,000 total attendees to Bayonet. There's only 2 main arterial roadways to get to the Bayonet, both ultimately leading from General Jim Moore. The northern route is Pacific Coast Highway to Light Fighter to General Jim Moore. And then the southern route is either up Broadway or from Highway 218 to General Jim Moore. And that's where the vast majority of the attendees and the exhibitors come. If you block off this road, you're going to block the southernmost route to Bayonet for the day, which is going to cause these cars to divert. They're going to have to meander their way through the neighborhoods, hopefully finding their way up to Co to get back to General Jim Moore and then up to Bayonet. Same thing in the afternoon when they leave, they're going to want to go to the racetrack and they're going to have their main arterial that they've had for decades blocked to get anywhere, and it'll be a big roundabout way to get there. We're anticipating that like other events with the pandemic being done, we're going to get back to our historic levels of well over 6,000 to 7,000 people. And we continue to provide a positive international exposure to the city of Seaside while raising money for the local schools and charities that we mentioned. We have always and will continue to work closely and cooperatively with the city, the county, state patrol, and all the jurisdictions to uphold great citizenship in our activities, and especially our traffic flows. We do not object to the event itself, as competition is a good thing. However, closing General Jim Moore on one of the busiest days of the year will dramatically disrupt traffic flow, divert this traffic through the residential streets, creating unnecessary and clearly avoidable nuisances to the residents of Seaside, as well as our attendees. We simply ask this resolution be declined and an alternative location be secured that does not disrupt the arterial traffic, which would unavoidably result in diverted traffic through the neighborhoods. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you for your comment. Rami Narami, you now have the floor to make public comment.
Yes, I am actually the founder of the event Exotics on Broadway. I wanted to thank everyone for allowing us to be in the city. The event has very quickly become one of the most favorite and most anticipated events during Monterey Car Week. It has reached the numbers of over 25 to 30,000 people. And our most concern and our biggest concern is the safety of the attendees. The event is free to the public, and we have received thousands of thank yous because most events during Monterey Car Week range anywhere from a couple of hundred to thousands of dollars. And we're bringing some of the most expensive cars in the world to the community that they can enjoy and see free. We have interest from major manufacturers such as Ford, Michelin, and they have already expressed interest to be in the city of Seaside with us and to make this event again a success. Again, our biggest concern is the safety. And I have personally traveled down there 3 times in the past month to see both locations. The new location presents a much bigger area, even though the length is the same. Broadway has many indentations in the dividers that makes the space very tight. And for 20, 30,000 people, it's really a small space. We were looking into expanding it. The concerns about the dividers in the street, Broadway has way more dividers and curbs than this stretch of road, which is again between two streets. And we have, with the help of the Seaside Recreational Director, we have accepted this suggestion after speaking with the police department and the fire department. And we believe that this offers us a very safe and amazing venue with a view of the city and the view of the ocean for the public to attend. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Mayor, there aren't any more hands raised on Zoom right now.
Thank you so much. Public comments closed. Well, that was good information, wasn't it? All right. So I tell you where I'm at. The thing is, it always has to be what's safest for the public. And so, I'm always supportive of our small business people, but the safety of the public is first. And so, cry me a river, whether you make money or not. I don't want nobody to get hurt. But an event is already taking place up there. And so that don't make no sense. That don't even make no sense. If something is already used in General to get to one of our marquee events during the car week, the Italiano. We can't put them at a disadvantage to bring on something new. So then I revert back down to Broadway, and either we had to figure out a way to make people safe, and they do cross the street in big cities all the time. Somebody said that that can be done, but unless the three of us, whoever that may be, try to decide what exactly that looks like, whether it's Broadway through Fremont up to the post office or something like that, or Broadway around the corner of Del Monte. We can leave that up to staff to figure out how best that look. I think we just need to agree that we don't support, if you guys don't support Broadway, and then leave the rest up to them, because it's either going to be using Broadway up across Fremont, or it's going to use Broadway around the corner or something. So that's out there. Anybody else want to go? What, Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm just going to say my overall opinions and thoughts. I think the city in general, especially myself, are very supportive of the exotic cars. There's no doubt. It was tremendously successful last year. It did good for businesses. It did good for the residents. It did good for public relations. All good. I did personally talk to the businesses on Broadway. All of them were very happy that it went well the last time. All of them sold out. and all of them were looking forward to it coming back. Because it's a business maker, difference maker in a lot of those businesses that are mom and pops. Moving the events to Broadway, I think the mayor, I'll agree that Concourse, Concourse is a partner with us. They are a teammate with us, and they have been for the past probably 5 years. And why would we stab each other in the back? I mean, that would not be appropriate. We want to work together rather than divisive. Again, I know this to be a fact. Further, the site recommends the median there adds liability. We had an issue on Fremont years ago, and there was a lawsuit, to be very blunt with everybody, because of the median. Someone tripped, they fell, and stuff happens. Not that it can't happen on a sidewalk, but I remember specifically on Fremont. Obviously, I'm not, before the information regarding Concourse, I wasn't supportive, and now I'm more increasingly not supportive. I just don't think it doesn't make any sense whatsoever to negatively impact two different programs. I think we need to keep the partnership with Concourse, and we need to keep the partnerships with the exotic cars, but different parts of the city. You know, a concept could be, if I heard Mr. Mewis correctly, there's time. You could bring it back in front of the planning group and bring back option A and option B, or one option, and what's best work for the city of Seaside in respect to the Concourse. Or you could bring back one plan. Whichever plan you do, though, or recommend, or options for A or B, it should be inclusive of the awareness and the importance of our Broadway or down Del Monte businesses, whatever it be. Maybe, like I say, maybe it could be an L, maybe it could be a straight shot, maybe it could be a straight shot on Del Monte. I think I will probably make a motion if the opportunity presents itself to bring it back for reconsideration at another time when we have a different plan. So I'm just concerned with that as well. So thank you.
No, other people want to speak.
Okay, yeah, but I'm not making that motion.
No, no, but you can always, but I'm just trying to be respectful. Anybody done? Okay, let me, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just say quickly that I want to acknowledge that the committee did the best work they could, given realization that in the last time we did this event, there were things we wanted to improve on. And so I want to recognize that you took facts from the last time and tried to apply them to, well, what if we just didn't do it on Broadway? What if we expanded? What if we looked somewhere else? That's a perfectly reasonable, policy-driven exploration. Also, it's news to me about the Concorso Italiano, so that changes the situation for me a little bit. And I agree with public comment about, big cities do stuff all the time, and we can, if we're committed to a particular location, we can find a way to make it work. It's just a matter of drawing up those plans. And I know that makes it more complex, and complex means staffing and money. So I appreciate that perhaps the goal was to avoid that complexity. So I'm interested in hearing some other options. I don't know whether those options will end up being superior and we should pursue them, but I'm interested in having that conversation. Thank you.
I would entertain a motion to just let staff come up with where it's going to be. Off Broadway, across the street, up, to the post office or around the corner. If it's going to be in the city, that's the only place that it really could be. We're not going to be on Canyon Del Rey. It's not going to be up the street somewhere. So it's either straight across Fremont up to wherever they think appropriate, or around the corner to wherever they think is appropriate. I don't know if it needs to come back here, just for us to decide that, we're getting, you know what I'm saying? We caught it this time, but there's nothing to catch. Because either we're gonna have it, and the only place is Broadway, because there's no other street wide enough to start off with, except all of Del Monte. So I'm just wondering, do we need to solve that? Why don't we let staff do their job and come up with the appropriate place? We're not gonna support General Jim Moore. So why are we trying to figure out where it should be at? Me personally, I don't want to get into whether it's 2 blocks on the side of Fremont or around the corner for 400 feet. We're the city. Yes to the exotic car show. Staff know not to put it on Broadway. Let's move on to other things. Not on General Jim Moore. Okay, you might not have been listening. I know I didn't make that mistake. Councilman Campbell, then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I also want to comment on the public comment that was mentioned, the environmental impact of this, because the last time this was here, I actually rode my bicycle to the event, which was, from around the corner here, fairly flat shot. And riding my bike up to the top of General Jim Moore might be a little more, burn a few more calories, and I won't have sounds like I might not have a beer up there to reward that ride. So anyway, that was an argument for me as well. And then of course, Concorso is very important. I would like to make a motion for staff to take into consideration everything we've discussed and come back with another alternative or another resolution to the General Jim Moore.
I'll second that, but just a question for you.
It's been probably moved to second on the question.
Are you suggesting that, and I agree with that, if you're right, if I'm right, that staff brings their proposal back to the council for action?
Yes, we will probably need to sign authorize a resolution to close the road, yes.
So I'm supportive of that, as long as it comes back to the council.
Yeah, I'm not supportive of come back. I don't, it's only one place it can be. So for me, we said we don't want it on General Jim Moore. So, okay, anybody else want to make a comment?
Mr. Mayor.
Comment.
Thanks. I'll make a substitute motion that we approve the road closure on the condition that staff uses Broadway between Fremont and Del Monte as the anchor.
Like Fremont. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Turn the corner.
I made a substitute motion that we approve the road closure on the condition that staff uses the area of Broadway between Fremont and Del Monte as the anchor, and it either goes across or it curves, but either way between Fremont and Del Monte on Broadway is the heart of where that event will be.
Do you need a second on that? I need to also second that.
The substitute motion has been moved and seconded. So I'm clear. I think I definitely support it. You mean they're going around the corner? That way I can understand it. What is the anchor?
That no matter what, a portion of Broadway between Fremont and Del Monte is used, and either it curves or it goes across, but either way, that stretch is home base.
Yeah, okay. Any other comments? Okay, all those in favor use the record sign of voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Hearing none, motion carries. All right. Okay. All right, now we're going to take a break. So we will recess for about 10 minutes, 7:45. we didn't have a record. I want to make sure the public doesn't miss anything. We will resume our 5 o'clock special meeting on March 15th, 2022. We're at item number 9, business items. A, adopt a resolution authorizing closure of Broadway through traffic from Fremont Boulevard to Calavera Street for the Other Brothers Beer Company event on March 19th, 2022. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff received a request from Other Brother Beer Company to close Broadway on Saturday, March the 19th. And Recreation Director Mewis, we've got a little presentation that shows you the closure area, and the representative from Other Brother is also here.
All right, I'm back. So we got a request from Other Brother Beer Company to hold their annual spring market. This request was a little funky as it came in right as we were approving our road closure policy. So it kind of like snuck in there where we couldn't, go by the parameters of that policy that the council approved. So we want to, staff recommends that we adopt a resolution permitting the closure. And then, the background is that they had an event back in September. The event will feature 20 to 30 vendors. Organizers must provide security that meet the satisfaction of the police department. They must also notify the Broadway businesses of their intent to hold their market, and that the request was originally supposed to be held on March the 3rd. I know that we do have a copy of the letter that they did send out to businesses. The city also went and sent letters out to the businesses notifying within a 500-foot radius of their business of the closure. They will be selling beer in a tap room and a designated beer garden, and their ABC permit has already been approved by the police department. So this is a map of the area of the closure that they are requesting. The red square is the kind of expanded beer garden that they are proposing from their previous year, which was a little smaller section that was directly outside of their business. I think actually they used the parklet for that. It's going to be, enclosed off, and no one is going to be able to leave the perimeter with a drink in their hand. And with that, I know that the representatives from Other Brother Beer Company are here if we have any questions, and I will open it up for anyone else.
Questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Just, did you mention that to ask them the questions if it pertains to their event? Or just directly to you? If it's pertaining to their event and they're available to answer some questions.
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes. They're the experts at their
So I
event.
have a couple of questions for you that are real simple, I hope. I think I heard via some friends that last time you donated money from the event to a cause, is that?
That's correct, Mayor Pro Tem, the Community Partnership for Youth. And that's the intent this time as well.
Okay, and then I think you're 4 days out, so I think that's for planning purposes, it takes time to plan and to lay out and stuff like that. So I think it makes sense in personally to consider approving this. But in the future, because you're going to be doing this quarterly.
Ideally, yes.
Right. There's I think it's Robert Street. Is it, rather than blocking traffic, is it possible in the future to do Robert Street instead? Would that work? And if not, why not?
Okay, anything's possible. We could definitely use Robert Street or Santa Barbara or Echo as it's been suggested, but our thing is we want to highlight Broadway. You guys have done a lot of really great work to make Broadway a really compelling and awesome space, and I think there's a ton of potential there that we can help elevate. So yeah, we're not trying to highlight Broadway or Echo or Santa Barbara, but Broadway. Roberts, excuse me. Yeah, so it's we see it as more than a thoroughfare. It's more of a community space, and I think that big events, small events, all kinds of events are going to benefit the community in a lot of ways.
And my last question for you. I talked to some of the businesses, and I'll talk about that later, but some may say that if you're going down Fremont, either way till Del Monte and you're stopping at the coffee shop or wherever down there, or the Mexican restaurant, it impacts the ability to drive through to get where they want. Is that a concern of yours at all?
Sure, it's gonna make it less convenient to get to the other parts of Broadway temporarily, but attracting people down to Broadway who might not be coming to Seaside otherwise, I think is gonna have a long-term benefit that outweighs that potential perceived hurdle.
Okay, that's all. Thank you. From me, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Public comment is open.
Daryl Shote, Deja Blue, and speaking on behalf of the, I ain't gonna say new, the organizing of Lower Broadway of businesses. And last night we had a meeting. We did bring this issue up. Mr. Dave was there. Let me just put it like this. You guys adopted a policy, and we understand that policy, and we're going to follow that policy. I can tell you personally right now, and I won't tell you which operation, you have about 4 more businesses that could close their door any day because they're not being able. I have been on that, I've been in Deja Blue now 2 years, 10 years effectively open. And this road has been 14 times closed for small, minor things. We, as a group, are trying to look at how do we do festivals that benefit everybody on that block to where, like the car show, big money. If you get out there and hustle, you're gonna make good money. These little small pop-ups like this, blocking that road automatically tells anybody seeing it, they go right into the residence, they don't come back. Everybody gets impacted, and we're only doing it for one person. There's no food down there. There's nothing down there to help any of us. We haven't been invited to go bring a food booth. Well, we can't just put a food booth out our doors. We follow health code lines. That's required by law. ABC, the 100 that ABC has is over. I want to know how they're getting a permit because I talked to ABC and she's like, I don't know if there's a permit been filed, but if somebody said the police department signed off, there had to be a permit filed. But the point is it's all about the one block. That's what your policy is about, and that's what we're about. We want everybody to participate when they're going to close this road. We got to stop doing this. It should not be just allowing one business. Now, I came in and asked for, hey, can I angle park on the block? I wasn't closing the block. I wanted to angle park. And with the brilliance of your staff came out to use the side road Contra Costa, and it worked. Everybody loved it. Matter of fact, they still want that to come back, that angle parking on that road. They have Santa Barbara Street 10 feet from their door, that no business impact. They can use the entire block and the field. Nobody will complain. But when you close that block, and you're talking from 8:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., which means you come to work to ready to help customers and nobody come, you're sitting in your business empty-handed because the road's blocked. You guys got to think like business folks sometime. This is going to hurt a lot of businesses on that block. We're not trying to go against Otter. We want them to work with our group just as much. And we've invited them. They didn't show up, but we did get a letter today from them that they want to participate. That's all we're asking is this. I'm sorry, but put them on Santa Barbara Street and let them do whatever they like.
Public comment remains open.
Sorry, I don't want to go back and forth here or anything, but I would like to point out that every business on Broadway from Fremont to Del Monte was invited. Our events coordinator, Lauren, and myself went to every open door on Broadway and personally invited everybody to come participate. So it's about community, all the small businesses that are around us and all the potential small businesses that might be getting a start as a vendor at our market. Thanks.
Public comment remains open. Is there anybody on Zoom that would like to speak during public comment?
Members of the public on Zoom wishing to make public comment, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling in from a phone. Mayor, at this time, no members of the public have indicated they wish to make public comment.
Thank you. Public comment is closed. Bringing it back to the dais. Is there any comments or I want to share my views for, I asked for that policy on blocking these streets because I don't believe we should be closing these streets. These are city streets, taxpayer streets, and they're there to drive cars through to get to where you're going. But all cities have some type of event that they close, either, some of their off streets or some of their community streets, have a block party or something. But when you're talking about closing your downtown streets, it should be something of significance. It should be something that relates to the city itself, given that event. But we have to look at the fact that why are we talking about closing this street down? And I think I just heard, I don't want to prejudice anybody, but I think I just heard, somebody's thinking about doing it quarterly, right? So now it turns into a business model. That's not what those streets were made for. And we started closing down streets and having these pop-ups and these parklets, that's what the parklets are for, during COVID, when nobody can go inside your business. That's where that came from. So for me, it's bad enough that we're going to close down these streets once or twice a year, a couple times a year for city events. And I have to look at the fact that you start closing it down for one business, even though we support that business and we want them to prosper. Legally, tell me how we're going to deny the guy that's selling vacuum cleaning parts. If I sell vacuums, I'll be right down here asking you guys close the streets so I can sell more vacuums on that day. And we would have to seriously think about it. And if not, we probably would have to say, yeah, you have a right to close your business at least one time, because we did, to talk about being fair, right? So that's where I'm at. They did come in with the application before we adopted this new policy. And that's why we're talking about it tonight. And I think it's a couple of days down the road. So for me, I'm just going to abstain because I'm waiting for the new policy and then move on from there. But I don't want to catch them off guard because the applicant was, they did the right things. They got it in before we adopted the policy. So they have a right to ask for the road to be closed down. Those are my comments. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a couple thoughts. I talked to some of the businesses down there. I think it was 6. All of them said, the ones that I spoke to, not all of them, that it was an inconvenience, but it did not hurt their business a whole lot, because a lot of the people that come to their businesses know the side street. So that has me, to weigh that issue. I'm also concerned that, personally, because of no meeting last time, I think logistics are important and information is important. And I may be, until I hear the council, be open to the idea of having it this time because of the late notice, and then in the future, having it on that street so it won't have that impact. I think when you have to move an event 4 days out, it changes the setup, the mapping, the information that gone to other people coming in. So that has me concerned, and I think just part of me tells me, being fair, we should consider the last minute potential change, but in the future, recommend that street that was suggested, and that way everybody potentially wins. as an overall. So that's kind of where my balance of thought is. I appreciate the donation to any community group as part of that, because then you are making a community. And I think you continue doing that, shows good faith in the Broadway. And I do know that you walk the businesses to inform them. And I really appreciate staff getting the word out as well. I think when I went around, they said, oh, some of them, unfortunately, all of us don't read all our letters. Some of them heard they got a letter, but they don't remember the letter. So it was kind of a combination, but that's to be understood. But most of them knew that they had received a letter. So I think you're making people aware is invaluable as you do things like this. So that's where I'm kind of at, maybe this time, but in the future, the side street, because of the logistic issues as far as planning. Anyway, and then we'll go and listen to y'all and come up with a.
Councilmember Campbell, then Councilmember Wizard.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't see anything on this. I mean, if we do adopt this resolution, we're not tying the hands, we're not committing to anything in the future. When we see the street closure policy in the future, we can make adjustments then, but right now I see basically it is, since we lost our last meeting, this is very short notice, as Mayor Pro Tem said. So I'm making a motion that we adopt a resolution for the closure of Broadway Avenue to through traffic from Fremont Boulevard to Calavera Street for the Other Brother Beer Company event on March 19th, 2022.
Could I ask just a friendly amendment? And you can say no, it's cool. With the understanding in the future quarters, they go to the side street rather than coming back up here or having Ms. Greathouse make those. Will you be open to that discussion? You can say no, it's okay.
I mean, it's yeah.
So yes or no, you made a motion, so either you accept it or you don't.
No.
Okay.
Second and on the second.
Okay, from probably moved in second on the question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is for either Mr. Fortune or Chief Borges. It has to do with traffic and road closure. I don't know who'd best be able to field that. I promise it's an easy question. It's my understanding that Santa Barbara is one-way northbound.
Correct.
And then the unnamed alleyway just to the north of Broadway is two-way traffic.
Correct.
What are your thoughts on diverting traffic westbound on Broadway to northbound Santa Barbara and then westbound on the unnamed alley, and then again southbound on Contra Costa? That's not the right street, but to get back onto Broadway.
So the alleyway is a narrow alleyway, so I prefer not to put traffic there. Limited traffic uses it, that knows that area. But when you're putting people through the alleyway who don't necessarily know it, I wouldn't do that.
Thank you.
I'll just say, anyway, on the question real quick is, I think this is a good compromise motion. And I do think you probably should give serious consideration about using Santa Barbara if you come back again. But I want to be clear as I have to establish and be consistent with my thoughts about closing public streets. So, but we support our businesses. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same. Nays have the same. I abstain.
Nay.
So let me hold on. So it's 3 ayes, 1 no, and 1 abstention. All right. Okay, 9B. Excuse me?
Okay.
Did I call it right? Did everybody vote get recorded properly?
Yes.
Anybody want to change their vote? 9B, adopt a resolution approving the reduced school zone speed limit traffic engineering study and establishing school zone speed limits. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Upon completion of the citywide speed survey, the traffic engineering consultant Parisi Transportation evaluated all school zones within the city for reduced speed limits in accordance with Assembly Bill 321. So tonight we have David Parisi with us, and he's going to walk through the presentation that shows the council which of the different streets we are proposing reduced speed limits on in those school zones. And this is just one component of traffic calming. It's not all of it. We've talked about other types of things that will come back to you. The focus of this just is on the school zones. So Mr. Parisi, I will turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm David Parisi, the traffic engineer who presented to you a few months ago about the citywide speed surveys. And tonight I'm going to talk about the reduced speed zone limits around school areas. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we've produced a citywide review of street segments looking throughout the entire city, particularly focused on streets that would be eligible for reduced speed limits when children are present. This is allowed through an assembly bill that was passed a number of years ago that allows jurisdictions such as Seaside to reduce speed limits under certain conditions. Next slide, please. As discussed earlier, the recommendation tonight is for the council to adopt a resolution approving the study. And also, this would allow any future schools to also have reduced speed limits peripheral to the schools if they qualify. Next slide, please. Assembly Bill 321 allows, again, schools to have, or streets to have reduced speed limits under certain conditions. As many of you probably know right now, when children are present, streets usually have a sign that says 25 miles an hour when kids are present. But the Assembly Bill allows those speed limits to be reduced to 15 or 20 miles an hour within 500 feet of a school and a peripheral to the school. And at the same time, we'll extend the 25-mile-an-hour zone out from 500 feet to 1,000 feet. So again, a slight decrease in decreased speeds as you're approaching a school. So for instance, if a roadway is signed at 35 miles an hour, about 1,000 feet from the school, the speed limit would be reduced to 25 when children are present, and then 500 feet in through the school zone to 15 or 20 miles an hour, depending on the speed limit that the city would adopt. This won't apply to all streets. It only applies via Assembly Bill 321 when a street is located within what's called a residential district. The street also has to have a standard speed limit of 30 miles an hour or less, and it can't have more than 2 traffic lanes total, 1 in each direction. Next slide, please. So why is this important? Well, high speeds can kill or injure, and small reductions in speeds can result in substantial safety gains. This chart shows on the vertical axis the likelihood of death versus speeds shown on the horizontal axis. And when a person is hit by a car traveling about 35 miles an hour, they're 5 times more likely to be killed than a car traveling at 20 miles an hour. And most importantly, to me at least, and I think to the Public Works Department, children are more vulnerable and lack critical perception and ability to process information. So that is one of the reasons tonight we're here to propose reducing speed limits within school zones. Next slide, please. In our study, we evaluated all the roadways adjacent to and approaching the public, charter, and private schools within Seaside for the eligibility for reduced speed limits. We took a look at 26 street segments adjacent to 14 schools, and we determined that 21 of those segments would qualify for reduced speed limits, and that applies to 10 schools. The recommendation is to establish within those areas a reduced speed limit of 20 miles an hour on streets that front schools and within 500 feet of the schools. And then from the 500-foot mark out to 1,000, extend the 25-mile-an-hour speed limits in those areas as well. Next slide, please. And again, some of the rationale is, and what we learned from our safety analysis in the previous work, is that collision rates on many streets in Seaside are higher than some of the statewide rates that we'd expect on roadways, such as those with similar characteristics in Seaside. Unsafe speed, based on the collision statistics, is a factor for many streets at Seaside for crashes. And we're seeing a lot of higher speeds, particularly also in school zones, that are much higher than the posted speed limits. But last but not least, our rationale is that it's really important to reduce the potential for injury, particularly for our most vulnerable users, and that is the kids walking to and from school. Next slide. The next few slides do list the roadway segments and the schools that would apply. These include Coe Avenue by Central Coast High School, Tweed, Kimball, Noche Buena, and Plumas in the vicinity of Delray Woods Elementary School, Sonoma and Yosemite near Highland Elementary School. Next slide. Normandy Road, adjacent to Marshall Elementary School, Ord Grove, LaSalle Avenue, next to Ord Terrace Elementary School, Yosemite Street, Mescal Street, San Pablo Avenue by the International School of Monterey, Hilby Avenue by the Monterey Bay Christian School. And finally, the next slide, please. Mescal Street, Plumas Avenue near Peninsula Adventist School, Noche Buena Street at Seaside High School, and the 6 roadways shown here near the Monterey Bay Charter School. Next slide, please. If approved tonight, the city's next step would be to manufacture and install about 86 speed limit signs showing reduced speed limits of 20 miles an hour, and then move some of the 25 mile an hour or create new 25 mile an hour speed signs at the 1,000-foot mark outside of the, as you're entering the reduced speed limit zones. And the Public Works Department has estimated the total cost about $50,000 for this effort. And we can just go back to the next steps. There's a whole bunch of maps here. If you have any questions about where those speed limit zones would be, we've created these for each location, including shown in red, for instance, here, where there'd be a 20 mile an hour zone, and in blue, where the 25 mile an hour transition zones would be extended to. So there's a map available for each school. And these are also shown within the study that we prepared. So without further ado, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those. Thank you.
Questions? Just Mayor Pro Tem.
And this may be for the police chief. I really appreciate the report and the quality, and I agree with all the comments you made, but sometimes you can make all the rules you want, but if you can't enforce them, they have Howard, is there any ways to enforce those areas and the law associated with all the additional areas of slowdown? Because we have residents saying constantly, you know this better than I, about Noche Buena, Mingo, whatever, there's speed going already, but if by lowering, obviously it creates additional challenges. Can you speak to that at all?
Absolutely. This is great, but without enforcement, these are just signs. So as I'm looking at this, I think this is a great idea to reduce some of these speeds, but it will require for the police department to have special operations in these zones with enforcement for a period of time to really send that message out that these are the zones and this is what we're doing. So I'm supportive of this. I agree with this signage, but for me, there will be enforcement if these signs go up and it's approved.
So I'm going to assume that if it's approved, and when the zones are created officially, in between that time, you'll be creating a plan to supervise, monitor, provide information, which I'm sure the city will do through their internet sites. Is that a correct assumption?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Campbell.
Thank you. This might be a question for city manager. So if it's roughly 50,000 for signage, how much do you think we'll be spending on enforcement?
Probably a lot more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that would be something for the police chief to work on as far as when and how he can have his special enforcement units up there. And I do want to also note something that's tangentially related to this. The chief suggested a pilot program that's currently occurring at one of the schools, I'm sorry, Ord Terrace, where there are flags and holders on each side of the road. So the students can grab a flag and carry it across the street and put it in the holder, a big orange flag, just to draw attention to the fact that they're in the sidewalks. I think that's another way to draw attention to the movement around the school zones.
Okay. Yeah, well, definitely enforcement is key to this, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, we get emails regarding speeding and things, although pretty regularly. So yeah, if we put these new signs up, I suppose we'll start with there's the sign of the verbiage when children are present. So when that is not the case, and I'll get back to that verbiage. When that is not the case, what are the speed limits in that area, in those areas? I don't know who answers that.
I'd be happy to answer that question. So when the children are not present, it reverts back to the posted speed limit or what's called the prima facie speed limit. So for instance, in business or residential districts, and we're primarily talking about residential districts, it's typically 25 miles an hour unless posted otherwise.
Okay, all right, thank you. So we'll go back to that. And then perhaps you can now answer that verbiage. I've always wondered what the definition is of when children are present. I've been told it's school hours. I've also, but of course it makes sense. If it's a holiday and there's still kids around, you should lower your speed. So what does that mean when children are present? When is that enforceable?
It's typically, and your police chief can provide his interpretation too, if he would like. Most of the cities and towns that we deal with interpret it as the school commute times when children should be expected to be present, walking, biking, or being dropped off at school.
Okay, school commute time. So yeah, so literally when they are most present. Okay. All right, thank you very much. And thank you for the presentation and the work and like Mayor Pro Tem, I think this is a good idea.
Councilmember Wizard.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Chief, I don't want to have you get up just say yes or no, but is it ballpark for the math that I'm going to do in a second? Is it fair to say about $100 an hour for total comp for an hour's worth of work from an officer on overtime? Just ballpark. All right. So if we had 2 officers for 2 hours in the morning and 2 officers for 2 hours in the afternoon as kids get out, before a day for 4 hours a day. I'm sorry, 8 hours a day, 4 officers working 2 hours. So 8 hours a day, about $800 a day. So if we did, 30 days of in the aggregate, I don't know necessarily 30 days in a row, but if we did 30 days worth of that, that'd be about 25,000. Does that seem like a reasonable first shot at increased traffic awareness, increase community awareness? I appreciate that as I kept going, it changed from just a 1 yes. So sorry about that. Trying to save you the trip.
Thank you, Mr. Wizard. Yes, I mean, estimates, there's going to be overtime incurred and costs. Pretty creative with how we deploy our resources. A lot of this, even though it's still us being paid, I would try to have a lot of the stuff with on-duty personnel and divert them when we can as available to minimize some of that impact. But yes, there definitely would be a cost associated with it.
Do you, and again, this is an operational issue, and I'm not asking you to commit, black and white, yes or no, but do you foresee there being some value in terms of an awareness campaign and trying to get people acclimated to some new rules that the police department could, that you would be willing to entertain, that you could see yourself, under the right conditions, pursuing warnings and not tickets if it's, somebody going 28 and it's actually a 20 because they thought it was 25. Now, certainly if somebody's going 40 down the road in a school zone, that's a different issue. But, if it is about awareness, do you think it might be appropriate that you could encourage officers to give warnings as much as they could versus those more egregious, 40, 45, 50 in a school zone potential citations?
100%. And I think the goal really is to calm traffic and to keep the public safe. If we could do that through education, through warnings, that is the key. So absolutely.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Just stay there for a moment, Chief. Anyone else? How many of those mobile speed tracking carts do we have? You know what I'm talking about? I don't know the proper name for them.
The trailers, the speed
Yeah.
trailers, we have one designated to us. We just borrowed 3 that we have that we're deploying around town.
Okay,
So 4 total at the moment, but technically 1 that's owned by the city.
Right. So on a normal day, I mean, would it be beneficial if you had more that you own instead of you have to call somewhere and ask them to borrow them for a certain amount of time? Would it be beneficial if you had more of those?
Yes and no. So yes, it would, but again, without having personnel there to provide enforcement, to stop people when they're violating those things,
Okay.
it really is just a sign.
Right, but you deploy them anyway, though, right?
Yes, we do. Mhm.
I think when I see it, I kind of slow down whether it's a car there or not. And, but I know you need more than one because that means if I see it on the street I'm on, it's not on the other side of town, someone else is speeding. So it's just a comment. I'm just thinking through some stuff. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, for me, like I said, I'm waiting for the what is it? Just the residential roads calming conversation. That's what I'm waiting on. This is very important. So staff divided this up between schools and residential roads, so to speak. So I'm waiting for the other part to come back later. But of course, I support this. We need to do it. Too many people speeding around schools as it is. What is the will of the council? And we have public comment. Public comment is open.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium to make public comment. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling in from a phone. Mayor, at this time, no members of the public have indicated they wish to make public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. Public comment is closed. What is the will of the council? Yeah, don't, Councilmember Campbell. Wizard.
It's been maybe 18 months since that happened.
Yeah.
Maybe
yeah,
2 years.
We're back together again. The game's
Hey.
all here.
That's right. I would like to move that we adopt a resolution approving the reduced school zone speed limits, traffic engineering study, and establishing school zone speed limits on various streets within the city.
Second. It's been probably moved in second. I'll let the city clerk figure out who the second was. I do have a quick comment though. Again, hopefully this does slow down people during the school zone. Hopefully we can get some enforcement. I know that's hard to do with the limited staff. But we may have to look at this again on other traffic calming measures and just a piece of steel on the side of the road. For a driver, if I wasn't following, 30, 35, I don't think I'm gonna follow 20, 25, to be honest. So it's just people out there that's like that. So we need to not think this is gonna be the one shot. Well, let me rephrase it. The one thing we could do to make sure our kids are safe. All right, all those in favor use the regular sign of voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Hearing none, ayes have it, motion carried. Item number 9C, adopt a resolution accepting the annual mid-year financial report and adopting proposed changes to the budget of the city of Seaside for the fiscal year 2021, 2022. And I think we had comments earlier about us not receiving the full report. This is it. And so I just want to be on record with that we're not shortchanging the citizens. It's just proper time for proper issues. City manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Finance Director Victor Damiani will make the majority of this presentation.
Greetings again, Mayor Oglesby and members of the council. Again, I'm Victor Damiani, City Finance Director. Earlier in the evening, we reviewed the final audited results for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2021. And now we're going to fast forward a bit and to a report that's focused on our results as of the mid-year of the fiscal year 21-22 budget cycle. This report is unaudited, unlike the previous report that we looked at, but it still should serve as to give us a good idea of where we stand at this point in the year. This report largely focuses on the general fund. My presentation here is an abbreviated version of the full report, which is attached to the agenda item. The full report provides quite a bit more detail for the council, the public, or any other stakeholders, and is available for review. With that, we can get started. Thank you. To start things off, I've provided a recap of the budget as it was adopted in June of 2021. And as you can see, we had an operating budget with a small operating surplus of $107,000. We broke out the capital budget separately and showed a surplus of $3.8 million, which included $5.2 million of CIP capital work, which was offset by the anticipated $9 million sale of Phase 1 Campus Town parcel. The combined budget showed a surplus of $3.9 million. And I'll point out this was accomplished with all of our rainy day reserves fully funded. Next slide. Here we have a look at our general fund revenues as of the mid-year, as of December 31st of 2021. Starting with our revenues up along the top, you can see our total revenues as of the second quarter for fiscal year 22 were $19.8 million. 1 year prior was $17.2 million. And 2 years prior was $16.9 million. So our revenues over the 3-year period have continued to increase. Down below that, I have a 3-year comparison chart that compares our top 5 revenues over the 3-year period. Sales and use tax came in at $7.4 million, and as you can see, has continued to increase over the 3-year trend. Property tax came in at $2.7 million and also continued to increase over the 3-year period. Transient occupancy tax was hit pretty hard during the pandemic. But as you can see, even though it's not quite recovered to pre-pandemic levels, it has recovered somewhat at $1.9 million. Our business license tax is basically flat, as is the utility user tax. Not on the chart is the marijuana receipts tax, but I'll point out that that came in at $648,000, which is flat in comparison to the prior year. Let's look at our revenues. Next, we'll look at our expenditures. Here we have expenditures as of December 31st, 2021. Again, along the top, we have our totals. So for the second quarter, our expenditures were at $22.7 million. 1 year prior was $15.6 million, and 2 years prior was $19.1 million. Again, a 3-year comparison chart, this time the top 3 expenditures by type. Personnel services is the city's largest cost category. As of mid-year, we were at $14.9 million, which is right in line with the budget. The year-over-year increase was expected as the city has looked to rebuild its workforce. Services and supplies were likewise up on a year-over-year basis at $3.2 million. Capital outlay is often dependent on timing of projects and purchases and is likely to increase as the year progresses. In particular, we still have a fire engine purchase and police radio purchase for that category. I have a note here about expenditures by department. I did not provide a slide here, but in the full report, there's a lot of detail by department. I'll just mention that all the departments are on track to finish the year under budget, with a couple of exceptions coming in just slightly over budget. Next slide. On this slide, I show our projections of where we think we'll be at year end. From an operating standpoint, we're expecting a $4 million surplus with total revenues of $44.4 million and total expenditures of $40.3 million. From a capital standpoint, you'll notice that we are no longer expecting the $9 million sale of the Phase 1 campus town parcel in this year. That sale is likely to occur in fiscal year 22-23, so that's been rolled forward. That means that the city's capital expenditures for this year will be funded entirely by unassigned fund balance. I have some of my takeaways on this slide. As of the mid-year, sales and use taxes continue to outpace budget and prior year results. Property taxes continue to be strong. TOTs are recovering from pandemic era lows. Marijuana receipts tax, while flattening, continue to be strong. Personnel costs are up as expected, with the city rebuilding its workforce. And the city is strategically spending unassigned fund balance for capital improvements. And lastly, the city is likely to realize an operating surplus by the end of the year. Here's a look at our long-term forecast. The forecast provides 5 years of historical data as context, the amended budget for fiscal year 21-22, and then 5 years of forward-looking projections. The long-term forecast indicates that the city is in a good financial position for the next 5 years and will be able to accomplish much of the capital needs detailed in the city's 5-year capital improvement plan. This is due to the exceptionally strong results for fiscal year 20-21. And the long-term forecast has improved since it was first presented to the city council 1 year ago at the mid-year. All of this was accomplished even with the $1.2 million appropriation recently for the downtown parking lot and increases to 2 parks capital projects. I will point out that certain line items from the CIP were not included in the long-term forecast, as it was determined that other funding mechanisms will be needed other than fund balance. And those are the some of the high dollar items such as fire station number 2, much of our stormwater capital needs, and the connection fee to Marina Coast Water District. Next slide. Lastly, in light of the projected operating budget surplus of $4 million, staff put together a mid-year budget request, which totals approximately $1.7 million. The request is summarized here, but it's made up of over 40 line items that are detailed in the full report. All of the requests were reviewed and vetted by the city finance director and city manager. If you do want to, would like to review all the line item detail, you'll find that on page 407 of the agenda packet. A few highlights of the request include the addition of 16 new positions, a request for additional fire department overtime, a 3rd modular trailer for City Hall, a new roof for the vehicle maintenance shop, new Christmas decorations, and additional street sweeping, to name a few. With that, I am going to turn the presentation over to our city manager, Roberta Greathouse, who will review the budget request in more detail.
Thank you, Victor. So in working with staff on the mid-year budget, we really focused our efforts on staffing and what we need for the staffing and what we actually need to get the job done. As council and I have discussed, we have somewhere around 39 vacant positions. We have filled a couple of positions in the last few weeks, but 39 positions short, that's 24% of our workforce. And we have unprecedented workload, as you can imagine, with all the new programs, the projects, the development that's going in. So in looking at this, what you see is an increase in our consulting cost to capture the overflow of staff work. That includes consulting in human resources for recruitment. That includes building plan review consultants. And we also have some consultants for project management. Then we're also going to talk about space needs, and we're going to talk about some other staffing that I'm recommending in this budget. So I would not typically put a bunch of new positions in the mid-year budget. And let me explain to you why these positions are in here. In all likelihood, few of these positions will be filled in the mid-year, but getting the council authorization to add them gives us a running start at the next year's budget. The majority of these positions are replacing positions that were either frozen or eliminated in prior budgets when we had budget cuts. So just walking through this list, 3 administrative assistants. In the building department, the admin assistant that was in the building department was reappropriated back to the city manager's office. That position had been in the city manager's office previously, and during the budget cuts, it was eliminated and moved over to the building department. In Public Works, we had a part-time position that was frozen. It's largely paid for with the City of Monterey Annex fees, if you will. This would take that position. It was in there as part-time. It would make it full-time. And in Recreation, we have part-time employees currently working 30 hours a week. This would increase those to full-time, or one of those to full-time. In the Finance Department, we have millions of dollars in grants, and we are very, very aggressively looking for new grants. This position would be our financial analyst in charge of all of the paperwork associated with those grants, because right now you have your fire chief and your police chief and other department heads doing fiscal management of grants, and it should be done in the Finance Department. The Risk Management Technician is a new position. In the Human Resource Department, you're typically staffed with the HR Director and Risk Manager, a Human Resources Analyst, a full-time admin analyst, and a third of an admin analyst that does the training. The admin analyst that does the training is vacant. The admin assistant is vacant. What we're going to do is, instead of the admin analyst, that third will be pushed over to this. The risk management technician will do workers' comp, employee safety, a lot of the COVID stuff, which just is not going to go away, in addition to a lot of the other day-to-day responsibilities in the risk management world. Admin analyst 2 would be in the engineering department. We have engineers that have been running a lot of our stormwater programs and our environmental programs. That is not work that needs to be done by engineers, and we all know how short-staffed we are in engineers. We can fill an admin analyst, and they can take those duties off the engineers so the engineers can engineer. The youth center supervisor is a position that was vacated and frozen and or eliminated. In the maintenance division, we are proposing a building maintenance specialist, the maintenance field supervisor, and 3 maintenance worker 2s. 1 would go to streets, 2 to parks. These are all positions that had been previously filled and eliminated. The custodian, same thing. We had 2 custodians, and when one of them retired, we froze it. And then we're proposing a couple of part-time positions in PD and HR, part-time admin assistant and part-time records technician. In addition to this, we talked a little bit, Victor mentioned another trailer. In 2010, when we were looking at staffing that is around the same level that we are gearing up to now, we had the 2 trailers on the lawn. The 1 trailer that currently has PD staff in it was all City Hall staff. And that PD staff was up on Upper Broadway, or I should say mid-Broadway, what was called the Troya building. So we had a whole police substation up there. That building's been sold, PD's been pushed down here, and we are really pushed out of City Hall. We have no more vacant chairs for positions that we are starting to fill. And that is going to take about 7 months to get that trailer in place. So we're going to want to get that up to speed. And that is really just a Band-Aid until we can do our Civic Center master plan and figure out a way to budget for a City Hall that actually can service the needs of this community. So I think that is all I have. So Victor?
I think we're just available for questions at this point.
Questions, Councilmember Wizard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Damiani. As usual, just a very thorough and concise report, and I appreciate that. I wanted to look at your slide on augmentation requests. I apologize for not asking in advance so that you'd be more prepared, but
Not forward.
it's near the end. It's the one that has a lot of
This one?
small print.
This one?
No, budget amendment requests, page 14 of your deck.
Oh, you mean in the full report?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if there's actually a slide that
I don't think
corresponds
there's
to
a
it.
slide.
Okay.
It just doesn't fit on the.
Do you have, and again, I apologize, I should ask you in advance. Do you know how much we have budgeted for our housing element and if relatively whether 80,000 in augmentation is a lot or a little? All right, well, don't go too far.
Councilmember Wizard, thank you for the question. Happy to take that for the finance director. We have the augmentation request is to increase the cost of the contract. So we had around 120 that was budgeted for the element update. And so the augmentation is to increase that amount to make sure it covers all of the new housing laws and the new RENA cycle as well.
Okay.
And we have that as a quote that's justification for the request.
Okay, all good, thank you.
Okay.
Do you have any insights as to the thing that's driving the fire department's overtime?
I think it's vacant positions.
Okay.
Could you just speak in the mic,
Vacant
please?
positions.
Vacant positions.
Do you want me to take that?
If you've got more to share, yeah.
I certainly do. It's not
Please.
just vacant positions. We have had multiple members of the fire department on long-term leave. One of those has retired, but we still have 2 out on long-term leave.
And our current staffing is 6 or 7 or 8 people per shift. So it's
7.
6, it's 3 on the engine, 3 on the truck, and then 1 division chief per shift.
3 engine, 3 truck, 1 relief, and 1 division chief, so there's 8.
Okay, but we're not at full staffing, which is, yeah. So, sorry, I think a lot of questions are gonna go through you and then
Okay.
end up, sorry about that.
Yes, so full staffing is 8 per day. We've been consistently at 6. We've had 5 on duty with 1 division chief. So between retirements, at least 2, 3 long-term vacancies. Since I've been here in the last year, we've been down 5 to 6 personnel. So we're averaging about $65,000 per month in overtime. Last year, we were seeing about $45,000 a month, but the retirements had created the additional overtime.
If you could opine on the number of months or years you think for that problem to correct.
This problem should be corrected by the time we have 1 that's coming on board. We've hired, they start on March 21st. That'll begin to solve part of the problem. And I have 6 additional firefighters and backgrounds for 4 additional vacancies. So I'm hoping by June 1st, before the beginning of the new fiscal year, to have a full staff. So we should be able to eliminate quite a bit of that overtime. A lot of that overtime should be cut in half.
Okay. Do you have a timeline on when engine 2 will come online?
I would say that we're presenting to council on engine, you mean station 2 staffing. I would project 2 years, depending on the outlook. Thursday night when we present for the fire station, it's 1 year of construction. 1 year for architectural design, 1 year for construction. So we need to start thinking about how we're going to staff that station.
Yeah. Conversation for another time. Thank you so much.
You're
Chief.
welcome.
Back to you, Mr. Damiani. I wanted to Was there any thought given to picking a project or two off the CIP list? You know, if memory serves, we talked about, I think it was the flooring, or there was something at Oldemeyer where it was like termites. It was termites at Oldemeyer. And it was like, and this is our marquee public space in the city that everybody goes to, whether it's the vaccinations, whether it's community events. We can't let this building fall down. We just need to prioritize this termite abatement. Is there anything that was discussed along those lines with regard to CIP backlog as you prepared the augmentation, the budget amendment list?
I believe the vehicle maintenance shop has been needing a new roof for quite some time. I don't know the time frame on that, but Dave, how long have we been needing a roof on the?
We have a report.
Oh, it's been a minute. Okay. Maybe if I just take a step back, a more philosophical question, I want to do some level setting and say I'm not apt to spend the $2.3 million balance between your amendment and the surplus. However, what is the plan for that $2.3 million? Because I thought I also heard you say that the rainy day reserves were fully funded.
They are. That surplus will go into the unassigned fund balance, and that will be at the city manager and the council's discretion.
Okay.
To make a plan.
I would not yet like to yield, but I wanted to know, Mr. Mayor, if you were considering, agendizing another, like a business item about how we might plug some of the CIP holes in the future, or if you had a plan about that, or if we were going to just leave that unassigned until the next budget came up, or what your thoughts were.
No, we'll talk about it. We'll agendize it here shortly. We'll just keep it separate from the upcoming discussion about the upcoming budget, but I know you guys have thoughts. So after this round of questioning, we'll firm up what you want to do and bring that conversation back about what we want to look to as a report as it relates to the excess funds. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I want to be very intentional about this next request I have. I would like to, as it relates to our last conversation about additional cost with regard to enforcement of this new reduced speeds that we've got throughout town, I would like to supplement the police budget by about 25,000. And I'd be willing to change that if people think more is appropriate, but in a one-time line item for this particular activity. And the reason I want to be so specific about it is because I want to see it drawn down to zero before we talk about the next budget. Because I don't want to allocate that money to just have it kind of get lost, because it's a relatively small amount. I want to see that it got spent down and that we know that there has been attention paid and staff hours put toward increasing awareness and doing some public education through warnings, through these traffic stops to let people know, hey, the speeds are coming down. You should be aware of this. At some point, it's not going to be a warning. At some point, you should expect, if you're going 30 in a school zone when kids are present, there's a consequence.
Do you want to talk to the police chief about the program?
He won't be able to.
Sure, I'm not looking for a response from you about the way the budget request per se, but about the way I'm trying to build it.
It would be at the council's prerogative if they want to set $25,000
Sure, but would it
aside.
be appropriate the way I've described it in terms of accounting practices to create a one-time line item that we fund it and then it goes away, or is that not quite the way we do it? There's a different way you
No,
foresee.
that would work, but it will depend on what the costs are.
It would be overtime, but I want to make sure that it doesn't get drawn down from essentially the police department's general fund. I want to see that for my peace of mind to know that we are actively pursuing a public education campaign through additional awareness that money is being spent for that purpose.
But we could just attach a project code to it and keep track of it that way.
Okay. And then just to follow up with you, Mr. Police Chief, do you, with the program that I roughly laid out, and I appreciate we're talking kind of back of the napkin, it's not super specific stuff, but 25,000 to do maybe, 4, let's see here, 2 officers doing 2 hours twice a day for roughly 30 days between now and the end of the school year. do you think, 25,000 gets you most of the way there, all the way there, and that you would be able to spend that before, June 4th or whatever the day is for the end of school?
I will get there with $25,000, definitely.
Great, thank you very much. And then the last thing I had, and this really is the last thing, is I will talk to you in a second about it, but Ms. Greathouse, it's my understanding that we signed a master agreement with the State Housing Community Development Department to receive $1 million in granny unit money. Does that sound familiar to you?
Not at all. Victor?
It does sound familiar to me. It was in the current year's budget.
Right, and it's my understanding that we have 3 calendar years to spend it from the day we sign.
That I'm not sure if we'd have to check in.
I'm 99% sure on that one. Because I wrote one for Habitat for Humanity. If that's the case, and it was accepted in the budget we did from in June of 2021 to go live on July 1st of 2021, we're quickly approaching 1 year, and I have not heard any projects being supplemented or financed with any of this money.
I've not seen any activity either.
So we're quickly approaching a third of the way done and have completed 0% of our obligation under the grant, the guidelines.
As far as I know.
Yeah, as far as I know. So the point that thanks for waiting with me. The point that I'm trying to arrive at is maybe we need to hire somebody to help us achieve that, because if we've got to give that money back, first, that's just a bad thing that we got grant money and didn't spend it, because that money is now leaving our community. But second, we're now penalized by the state in future grant applications. So it just doesn't make any sense at all to not spend that money. And if we got to hire somebody, even if it's part-time, whatever we need to do. So I'm looking to you to tell me whether you think, in terms of an accounting practice, is it better to authorize a position? Is it better to put money into the consulting? How would we go about accomplishing bringing somebody into the fold to help us spend that state money?
Well, I think we have a position proposed in this mid-year proposal for a financial analyst that would be a grants manager. So I think that would be the person that could help with that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to just follow up quickly with Mr. Barber. With regard to your oversight of the housing activities, do you foresee a grant manager person in finance being the right way to pursue that? Do you think that's sufficient? Do you think somebody working with Mr. Nurse on that particular program housed in the housing division is better? It's 6 in one hand, half dozen the other. Like, how do you, if you could wave a wand and say this is how we should run the department, what would your suggestion be?
Councilmember Wizard, that's a really excellent question. And, my gut right now, without having a firm, detailed operations plan, would be to say it's 50-50. Right now with the city and our economies of scale, I think it makes sense to have a central location with the finance department to help with more than just one grant. I think that plan might make sense, but without more details, it's hard to speak in hypotheticals.
Sure. And just as a last thought on this, I'll say that our partners up at Habitat ran into the same problem, and their answer to it was to not do and I understand the city doesn't do construction, but typically Habitat does build things. And their solution was, well, we'll just write somebody a loan for $100,000 and they'll spend the money, because by the time we can construct an ADU, we'll only get through 3 or 4 of them before our 3-year period runs. And that's not good. So the faster we can spend it, the faster we can comply with the grant regulations. We won't be penalized the next time around. So I don't know if the right way to do it is more of a financial analyst administrative exercise where we enter into an agreement with a property owner, who meets the grant criteria, lower income person, lower income household, whatever it is. And we write them a check for $100,000 and charge them 3% simple interest according to our refinancing plan that's already in our grant application. Or if whatever we do, but I'm under the impression that the clock has been ticking. And I appreciate we've got a lot of stuff going on, But there is a deadline. So if you want, if you're looking for some budget augmentation support, now is the time. And if not, that's fine. I mean, you know how to run your department better than I do, but my job is to work with these folks up here on the money, and you're just supposed to get it done. So tell me what you need.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah. So this report, I believe, includes about 6 new staff, maybe more. We hired a minimum of 15 new staff. We're in the process last fiscal year. I'm going to make an assumption that there'll be negotiations with different unions coming up, which could be, significant dollars in the larger picture. And I know you already answered this, but I really want to, that seems to be a lot of money. Can we afford to do that without down the road, economy grows, whatever happens in the government, without going backwards? Because we've gone backwards numerous times and we've had to cut staff, and I don't want to be part of, I would rather not be part of that to the best of my ability. Can you talk a little bit about that?
There's always some risk in the economy. We don't know exactly where it's going to go. We don't have a crystal ball, but we do our best to give you an idea of where we're headed, where we think we're headed. And there is always a risk in increasing your staff, because you're going to keep them on, so I guess, for until they retire, you would hope.
Okay, I got that. Thank you. And this is along the same lines, and I think you should be able to handle, if not the fire chief. We're talking about, I think you said, let's make it up 2 to 3 years, 2 to 4 years. It doesn't really matter. Having a new fire station. And let's assume, and I don't remember the dollar amount, but let's assume it's about $1 million, $1.5 million, $2 million in staff. Let's assume that you're going to need at least 1 fire truck, but you'll probably need 2 or 3, which is more, that's, small potatoes kind of guy. But that's a lot of dollars when you add this. Can we do that? And how do you imagine where this large pot of money is going to come from? I know housing in other areas will improve. Money we get from different areas will improve, but you're talking lots of dollars, not on top. And I don't know where you're getting the money. We'll ask that next time. But the cost of the fire station, and I'll ask that the next meeting. It's huge amount of money, and I just want to be assured, at least personally, that we think we can.
Operationally, we'll need to develop the revenues to generate more, and I think that will come from the development projects that we're developing.
So that's, unfortunately, I've been down this road and it didn't turn out well, but so that's with the assumption of Campus Town or the main gate, or even the senior assisted living. That's where you, as well as the housing on the, for lack of a better word, the golf course. That's property tax in that area. Is that what we're saying?
Correct, and sales tax.
Okay.
And some TOT as well.
So you feel comfortable in all those millions upon millions of dollars? Reasonably comfortable?
Reasonably, yes.
Okay. This is.
Excuse me, but when you speak, please try speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What I'm trying to do is, we may be able to hear you, but the people that's watching, they may not be able to hear you. So if you could just do that, please.
And this is more for the city manager, because she has a longer history. I think 8 to 10 years ago, Mr. Edwards was on the council, and he had a concern regarding, as well as residents, actually, related to the amount of consultants, because consultants are obviously needed, but they're not as invested, hopefully, not hopefully, but they're not invested. They may not live here. They may work at a different time schedule than an employee may work or be more or less motivated because they're here from 8 to 5 for 6 months and they move on, whatever it be. In some point, is there going to be an effort to lessen the amount of consultants? Because I also think on some consultants, we keep on getting bills that we don't meet this need, and then they ask for $50,000 more. You know, when they don't do that, then they ask for 100. I'm just asking that, it just, Mr. Edwards mentioned it a long time ago, and I think I'm worried about us going back to that extent of consultants.
So consultants fill a couple of needs for us. One need is specialized skills. For example, we use sales tax consultants. They have a specialized skill. We rely on them to provide that to us. That's not something you would want a staff person to do. We have consultants helping us in economic development with our community facility district and some of our other financial things. That's come in, do a project, a very specialized project like the traffic engineers tonight, and then they're done. So that's one way that we use consultants, and that's a very efficient way to get that high level of skills that you wouldn't have on your staff, right?
Okay.
Some of those things are one and done. Some of these other things are twofold. They're going to be to supplement your staff. In one case, it's supplementing your staff because we don't have enough staff for, and we would prefer to have an employee in that role because we know we have a long-term need, but we need to get the work done now. The second staff supplementation would be when you have a massive amount of work coming online in a short period of time that you don't expect to last forever. For instance, I don't expect we're going to have massive amount of plan checks for the next 20 years, but we're going to have a massive amount of plan checks for the next 5 years as we go through these big developments. So we need to be strategic about how we use those consultants.
And my next to last question. And I don't know who can answer this, maybe depending on the department. We're increasing staffing, and I agree that that's a good thing. But maybe I know Public Works has had 3 or 4 staff, approximately, that they've added to their staff, and which is a good thing. And then finance may have had 1 or 2, and I don't know who else. But maybe you could talk, they can talk, you can talk, what has been achieved by those staff. Are you doing more? What are you doing more? And how are you better servicing the community with those staff? And with specifics, it would be really nice. I know that may be pushing the envelope. And then with the addition of staff in different areas what are we looking at to accomplishing in the future with the addition of those areas to provide our greater services to the residents? I just like to see some meat potatoes, what the residents are getting for their dollar with especially the Public Works and maybe finance recently, and what you perceive to be in the future with the additional recommendations tonight. Is that a fair question? I mean, so it seems fair to me, but is it fair to you?
Sure. Recently, we've really just sort of stabilized our department so that we can try to get from being reactionary to everything and be a little bit more proactive. And bringing on a grants manager, right? As it stands now, each department is responsible for managing their own grants. And I think that's done in a lot of cities that way, but it's also possible to have a centralized person do that. And I think that would help us get more proactive. I think we're missing out on grant revenue right now because the departments, all the other various departments are looking at their staffing and say, I don't have enough people to run a grant. So I think it would help a lot as far as getting more grant revenue.
So in your Pacific area, the grant writing would help alleviate some of the responsibilities or the duties of other departments because it would be under one umbrella, and you'd be more proactive in providing reports because you'd be easier to manage. Is that sort of kind of what I'm hearing?
And proactive in pursuing the grants in the first place.
Okay. Yeah. Good. Can Mr. Fortune do the same thing as it relates to, I know he's had significant from a staff of about 6 to 8, I think. It's growing a little bit, and maybe what they done with the new staff specifically that you would not be able to do. And then with the additional staffing, what do you think you can do to greater benefit the residents? Do you got that?
Yes. So currently, we've had 4 employees out on long-term leave. So that's greatly affected our department. We also had one additional person that we just lost, so we're down 5 people. We have one individual retiring at the end of this month, so we're down people. But what the plan is looking forward is preventative maintenance programs. So we're looking, for streets. Hey, we want to start a crack seal program. We want to have our paving program up. That's one person was going to go to that department. That was going to give us 5 people. We can do more sign maintenance on a regular basis instead of having to do it, as a massive project. Parks. Same with that, with mowing and maintenance of city facilities and being able to plant. I don't know if you've seen the north end of town. We've the triangle. We've done that area. We're trying to put these programs, into effect now, even with our limited staffing. And it's just going to get greater with the more employees we have. We're looking at building maintenance, adding a building maintenance person, to be able to look at, to help with the employees wanting to come to work because they have fresh paint in their office. Their carpets are replaced, and some of the other facilities have older carpets. So that's the plan, is to have preventative maintenance programs that we can effectively staff, have staffing levels for to do.
And just, this is the rumor that I've heard, so, and it's positive. I was told, or someone told me, or it was a rumor, that with the additional staff, you were able to complete or half complete, 50% complete the street signage. And without those additional staff, it wouldn't have been where it is now. Is that true or not true?
So we had put last fiscal year, put additional $30,000 in the budget to hire contractors. We were able to get 4 employees on, and we're down to waiting for our last 59 signs to complete the program. So we will be completed as soon as the new ones come in within days. And we still have that $30,000 sitting there.
So I assume then my answer is that because of the staff that you were able to get last fiscal year or this fiscal year, you were able to more efficiently and effectively complete that project sooner than you would without it.
And without contractors.
Right, and without
Yeah.
contractors.
Yes.
So
Yes.
things, and then, again, trying to be positive here as best I can. Which I think this is great. If anything, not anything, many things the city does, is just positive. Now FOSS's working in the parks for the past year, really actively, or year and a half, whatever it be. Now there's somebody there working side by side as teammates, for lack of a better word. I see that as being proactive. Am I correct in saying that would not have been able to be done if you wouldn't have had those that were hired last fiscal year or this fiscal year, whenever they were hired? Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that is correct. We had one employee, we had 4 employees start in November.
Right.
And one of the employees that we hired we are able to move his schedule now to where he can assist FOSSBA on Saturdays. He's there, for the full time that they're out there cleaning. So he's able to get all his equipment there, and we're not having to pay overtime. So now we've adjusted his time off to be in earlier in the week.
I just think that's just really positive. And then I think you already answered this, so, but if you could, so you with additional 2-3 staff, whatever it is, you foresee more being proactive and being out in the parks or fixing potholes or on a faster or responding to those computer-driven requests for neighborhood improvements as such. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's what I want this department to be, is a proactive department. In the past, because of staffing, which I understand, we've had to be reactive, but I want to get to that point where we're proactive and people don't have to call in and we take care of it before.
Okay. Thank you very much. And just, I guess I'll ask this now and I'll probably ask it Thursday. In the Human Resource Services Department, one of my concerns is, I don't even know if you have a staff person for that. One of my huge concerns that it takes 4, 5, 6 months to hire somebody because of background checks, et cetera. Are we gonna hire, is it part of your plan? And by that time, you're probably losing people as you go through that process. And some of them may be great assets to is part of your plan to shorten that window of time. And I know you're shortage of staff now. I totally get that. And I know you're hiring tons of, not tons, but a good amount of people. So I understand that too, but it's part of in this budget recommendations to shorten that window so people can be hired more effectively and efficiently.
So these recommendations, as far as human resources goes, is really a Band-Aid until next year. Like I said, this isn't the place I want to add a lot of things. We've added consulting to try to speed up the processes. We're doing a lot of decentralization in the immediate time period in order to keep things moving along, but we've got to get our staff back up, the staff we have on the books, and we're working on that right now. Because we have staff positions that we just need to get filled.
Right. Okay. I'm not sure if this, I believe Mr. Councilman Wizard made some recommendation for some dollars to be spent in, this mid-year time. I have a few as well. Mine are, I believe, much smaller. I don't know if we would do that now or would we do that after we come back to the council, Mr. Mayor?
My expectation is for us to finish this round of questioning about the budget and the mid-year adjustments they want us to make, and then talk about what you guys want to do with some of that surplus.
Okay.
I don't want to get too confused. We need to, they're presenting their adjustments and we should yes or no on those adjustments.
Okay, so
then we know how much we have left. If we don't agree to the, virtually we have to agree to the adjustments. But my point is, technically, we won't know how much we have left until we agree to the adjustments. So let's finish that.
So that will happen tonight?
Yeah, it can happen as soon as we finish this.
Okay.
These questions.
I just
okay.
wanted to be
All right.
correct or not correct, but at least go on, let's play on the same page.
Okay. Anybody else? Yes.
Just a comment about this, the staffing requests. When we made the campus town agreement, we set up a very aggressive schedule of turning over plans. And that was the council that agreed to do that. That was not, it was ultimately our decision. So if staff says we need more people to do that, I fully back them on that. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay. Seeing no other questions, are there any comments or questions from the public?
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium to make your public comment. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling in from a phone.
Good evening, council. My name is Robert Daniels. I just have a small clarifying question. I believe it's on page 10 in the expenditures by department. The community housing was under budget by, I believe it was 700,000, but in the projection to the end of the year budget is still met the $4 million milestone. I just wanted to ask a question on why the budget was so low and what the city's gonna do to meet the milestone for the end year budget. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling in from a phone. Eloise Shim, you now have the floor to make your public comment.
Okay, so this is Eloise Shim here, and in these financials, I didn't see any mention of the funding that came from the federal government during the pandemic. And I was wondering about that. I think about 6 months ago, I asked specifically about some kind of accountability about that, because I know there was quite a lot of money for the rental assistance. And I applied for rental assistance from Ben Nurse, and he denied my application, and I had to go to Hartnell College to get the application, which was really hard on me because I was really on the verge of losing my housing. And so I wanted to know about that. And also I wanted to know about the positions that you're filling in the past. I'd like to know the recidivism rate in terms of, you know, what's the turnover of your staff? Because if you have a high turnover of your staff, it's telling in terms of them being supported or the environment, their satisfaction with it. So those are the two things that sort of jumped out for me with these financials. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor, at this time, no other members of the public have indicated they wish to make public comment.
Public comment is closed. City manager, did you hear any questions, issues, concerns that you can answer this time?
So I'll speak to the turnover rate. Our turnover rate is somewhere off the top of my head around 9%. The reason that we're so shorthanded is largely because we laid off a lot of positions when we had the COVID that we have not been able to refill, and we've added positions that we have not been able to refill. I will let the finance director talk about ARPA and the other questions.
Okay. The first question I heard was community housing and economic development. And that, as of the mid-year, that budget was pretty low. And I think that's due to the fact that there were a lot of vacancies in that department. We had one director filling the positions of 2 directors and multiple planners that were not filled. However, we expect to get those positions filled. And that's why I projected come year end that the budget would come closer in line with where we thought we would be. As for the ARPA, in the current year budget, we appropriated $1.5 million, which was revenue loss backfill. So that has gone into the general revenue of the city. That leaves $7.5 million remaining, and the plan was to discuss that during the next budget cycle in preparing the fiscal year 23 budget.
And just to clarify, the rules regarding how we can request the ARPA have changed. And so we don't need to request it specifically project like by project like they had originally stated that we needed to. Now we can request up to the $10 million in completely revenue replacement. So that's what we're doing. We're getting it as revenue replacement, and then it goes in the general fund and the council can decide how to spend it from there.
Yeah, that's the point I was gonna make, but so we're clear, the city manager said up to $10 million. It's for cities that receive up to $10 million. We're not gonna receive $10 million. We receive up to 7, I think. or 8.
We had about 9, yeah.
About 9.
Yeah.
But the count is for 10 million, right?
Right.
But we're not receiving 10 million.
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to be clear. She made a good point about, so we're just dumping it into the general fund because they say it's easier accountability. And so we just need to put a little bow on. We're not separating ARPA anymore. That money is just going to be in our general fund. And our finance director will make sure we get all that we have coming and that it's spent appropriately. Any other comments? Let's talk about, okay. Assuming that we will adopt the adjustments as you pointed out, Finance Director, as you presented, how much is left roughly?
1.3 million.
Okay.
Wait, did I say that right?
Yeah, because that
Or
seemed
two-
kind of low. You said it like 3 minutes ago. and I wasn't gonna say
2.3.
nothing.
2.3.
Yeah,
2.3.
okay, that's a little better. It's a little better. So, okay. Now, this is ideals to throw out so they can come back to firm up what exactly you guys want to add or not add. So who wanted to go first? Huh? But don't be first to spend the money. Councilmember Campbell.
I just have a comment. I mean, if it was noted, I mean, I don't think anybody's going to make some outrageous expenditures here besides ask for this outrageous expenditures, except for the city manager, of course. But I just want to remind that, as in the notes, that we're looking at a $9 million capital improvement for a fire station that apparently we're looking at, it's actually double that. So I just want to keep in mind that we will have no problem spending the money in the future. Just keeping that in mind. Thank you.
Okay, who wants to go next? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mine are very small but I think important. These dollars are not to exceed, other than one, and I don't have no idea how much it might cost. We heard tonight, Mescal Neal Park recommending $7,000 for picnic tables and benches. They have 0 over there. I walked the neighborhood today. $7,000 for Pachetti Dog Park for the same. We, again, not to exceed, $8,000. We have 5 parks without new signs. So to be consistent across the board, it'd be nice for all our parks to have new signs and not to exceed $8,000 to complete that effort. And my last one, and again, I have no idea, is the entryway to the city via Del Monte, the parking place that we spent a few dollars on. It'd be nice to repave that, make it look presentable, remove the A-frame built sign that says parking, just so when people come to our town, they realize that it's a parking place with appropriate lines. And if we're going to improve the entranceway, the project area of that area, I think that would be would finish off that concept as far as parking, nice entryway into the city. So mine are real simple, I think, and I'll just leave it at that.
Can I suggest something? The request for Pachetti was about 5,000 to 6,000.
I just wanted to give it a larger, you're right.
But I'm just saying, I don't think Manil needs all of that because they're having 10 benches and 6 tables. So
If you want to lower that amount.
no, that's up to you. The thing is, I don't know if McNeil know what you're trying to do.
Yeah. I was,
I know he asked for some benches, but
and picnic tables are pretty expensive. So why don't we just go then for those 2 areas, $11,000 then for the 2 parks. That'll lower it a little bit, but it's not in the large picture. It's small potatoes compared to, I think, what's it's going to come up in a few minutes.
okay.
So
Thank you. Thank you.
I just wanted, there's no benches at that park, and it's a huge park at McNeil, Mingo, Mescal, and
Okay.
so $11,000 to meet both parks then. And then $8,000. Again, that's on the high side, I think, for the 5 park signs.
Okay. Councilmember Garcia Rozola.
I mean, considering that we heard from Palenque Arts this afternoon, would now be the opportunity to bring up some money for them. I would suggest roughly around, I don't know, $110,000 for funding for them.
I didn't hear you when you said the amount.
110,000.
Okay. Is that it?
That I can think of, yeah.
I can hear you.
Yeah, that I can think of right now, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Wizard.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow up on my previous questions to our police chief, I'd like to do that one-time $25,000 project fund that Mr. Damiani helped me articulate to support awareness around the new speed limits. I don't know if anybody has this answer, but I think Mr. Fortune might, if anybody does. What do you, from your colleagues over in the city of Monterey, do you remember the cost when they upgraded that crosswalk by the sports center where the lights flash when pedestrians enter the roadway? I appreciate that was some years ago, and
I don't know.
I would like to fund that project. I know we've been talking about it, but I want to put money aside so that when the engineering department gets those plans ready, they can just proceed and not come back to us and wait 6 or 8 more months till the next budget year.
Where is that at? I don't understand.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's on Yosemite, and it's the mid-block crossing for Highland Elementary. It's the one I brought up a little while ago.
No, I remember, but when you just said it now, I didn't know what you were talking about. But they can find the location, but you know what I'm saying? We don't,
Yeah, it's
So-
on Yosemite, mid-block, right next to Highland, and I don't know what it would cost. I'm guessing, some solar panel to feed the LED lights, and then 2 or 3 or 4 LED lights on each side of the crosswalk. Not to exceed 100,000. I can't imagine it gets anywhere near that, but I just don't know.
Okay, not to exceed 100,000 before they come back and ask.
Right? I mean, they might come back and say it's 150, and then we have a different conversation.
And they might come back and say it's $7,000.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Something that also came up to me, when it comes to our family support specialists that are on the community and youth and violence prevention, I think we should add some money into those programs as well and figure out how much, not to exceed anywhere beyond $50,000 to implement youth prevention programs with our family support technicians or specialists, whatever their names are.
So put it in one of those designated funds for them to do that kind of work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me. I know anyone else, and we go around a couple of times. But I know that, like when you said the family and community support group, do they even have a budget? I don't think they have. No, well, see, that means no then. So the thing is, I understand that they're underneath the rec department, but they still should have some of their own funds so they can go out and determine, some of the work, some of the requests that they want to do as it comes up. not taken out of the rec department because it's not, come on down, Mr. Mueller, because it's not designated. So anytime they ask for, you know, any supplies, any this, any that, it has to be, it has to be come out of what we push into the rec department. So I don't mind the supervision, but I don't want them to be asking for something and then rec has to say, well, where do I find $3,000 from? Where do I find $1,000 from? So go ahead, Mr. Mueller.
So we do have a line item section in the budget for that program. When we developed this budget, it was still fairly small, and our primary expenses were the satellite office. Now that we're leasing with the CPY building, there was some cost savings there. So I've been using the leftover of that budget to kind of supplement anything that they've had within that program. It's my intent as we move forward with the next budget year to really solidify that budget line, you know, that budget account for them and to increase those wage, you know, their needs in that area.
Okay, so we don't need to do it tonight because in 90 days you'll have something.
Correct. So like right now, I think we have roughly like $8,000 like in consumables, if you will, for his program, for that program in general. So any extra funding, we do have a spot where it can be dumped in there.
Yeah, because when you say that, it's like Councilmember Garcia Arizola said, is we want them to do some more training, right? So it's going to cost them to have trainers come. It's going to cost them to do classes. It's going to cost them to do things like that. And we don't want them dependent on you finding the money. We need to give them the money. That's the first thing. And then if you're going to put it in the budget, then we have to figure out what is reasonable because we may want to supplement that now. And maybe we'll do that as we continue to talk. But it is a place to put it if we came up with something.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Any, yeah, and that's what I was thinking about them. That's what caught my mind. You know, because we want them to go out and do they go out and they hand out stuff? You know, clean socks, some shoes, you know, stuff like that once in a while, toiletries or whatever, however they, you know, bond with people. You know, we got to give them an option to be able to do some of those things. Okay, we're back down there. So let me talk about something. My thing is, I don't know what these things cost, but I'm trying to figure out. Come on down here, Dave. What are we talking about as we talk about potholes and fixing the street? I'm not talking about too big because I know that goes into CIP, but you know, when are we gonna, I don't know why we're not, right? So that's the question is, what would we need to get to some of those potholes?
So as I had mentioned earlier, we're down on staffing levels with employees on long-term leave, and one that has not with us anymore. So the employees that we're looking at making that 5. So where we can have 2 people that's what they do. They go around and they patch potholes. You have 2 that are going to do street striping. You're going to have 1 that's going to be doing signs. Then when it comes to the bigger projects, you can combine those to have 5 to do the little bigger projects of paving.
I got you. I just wanted to make sure that there was nothing I can do for it. What about the bathrooms at Laguna Grande Park and stuff? Is it time to upgrade them, or is it just getting people to go over there more often to clean them up? Because it's just we did Blues in the Park. So since the Blues in the Park and everything else, I always get people saying that they're not acceptable, right? They're filthy. And I think all we're doing now is just sending people to clean, but we know people mess them up, so we can't clean every hour. Is there other things that we can do to make it a more presentable bathroom? And maybe I caught you off guard.
No, so we are, so I'm looking into putting new doors on there. Vandalism's been a problem. A couple of years ago, we spent a lot of money on that, but I'm looking to upgrade, see if there's something that's more vandal proof. Also, we may need to look at replacing the fixtures, you know, with newer upgraded fixtures. But we painted not that long ago the interior. So we can look at putting, fresh paint. And that's how that's what the building maintenance guy is going to be able to help me achieve going forward.
Okay, that was just, thank you for being clear about that. We just have to help you get more people. And so city manager, then I'm coming to you, do we need more capacity in HR? When we talk about 49 positions and 24, and we know people are leaving and it's hard to get people, would it be helpful to have, more temporary help so we can get more applications through the cycle, through the process, so we can, hire more people? I think right now you only have 1 or 2 people in HR.
Ultimately, it's going to be helpful to have long-term support, because as we grow, we're staffed in HR to be a small organization, and we're HR and risk management. So longer term, yes, we're going to need more support, but not on a short-term basis, on a long-term basis. So we probably are going to need another human resources technician.
And is that the one you already have one in the adjustment?
No, the one in the adjustment is on the risk management side. So we
Okay.
would want someone to be on the human resources side.
Okay, well, I'll ask for that to be put in there, because the thing is, if you got 39 positions waiting and you only got 1 or 2 people doing the recruiting, which one is recruited last? Just by definition, the 39th one, who is that? Because the police, the engineers and the firefighters take priority, right? So that means the park guy is last. You don't get his recruitment until 3 or 4 months down the road. And then if they don't work out, guess what you got to do again? So my point is, I think we need to just get more applications in, but that means we need more people. So I would suggest that person, because we have to do the work that the citizens need to be completed. And so we can drive the economic engine. All right, let me.
Through the mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you're done with your suggestion.
No.
Okay, go ahead, because you might cover it. That good.
No, hopefully I do, but no, I wanted to get those out the way. But my other ask is, and I don't know how much this costs, but I would ask the council to look into this. I think, out of this, some of this is ARPA money, one-time money, and now that it goes into the general fund, I think we need to use it for particularly one-time issues. And I know some of these positions are not one-time, but our guys are smart enough to program these people in, because I don't think we added too many people, is that we change the medians in the city from dirt to synthetic grass and really turn the city around with this one-time money with the grass that will last about 25 years. I think that's a significant investment. I think it's appropriate. I think we need to, when you go down, our roads, whether it's Fremont Broadway or some of Canyon Del Rey, not too much Canyon Del Rey, but, and you look in the medians and all you see is the dirt when it's dry and I was gonna say mud when it rains, but it really doesn't rain. But you're looking at mud and you're looking at the water sprinklers sticking up, knowing those water sprinklers will never be turned on again. And I just don't think we should miss this opportunity to really transform this city by changing the medians over to some type of synthetic grass.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just as I don't disagree with you that we could use some aesthetic upgrades to our road treatment. Do you specifically and narrowly intend for it to be synthetic grass, or are you looking for something upgraded and more pleasing, but a suite of options to have returned to us in terms of design?
Well, it should be non-maintenance. We don't have the maintenance, so
Sure.
it's synthetic grass or something like that. But yeah, I'll take a suite of options, but I want something permanent that they don't have to maintain it in a sense.
100%.
Okay, we'll ask staff to come back with that estimate.
Mayor, I have a quick question for you.
Yes.
When you mentioned that we want to speed up the screening process for people, would you suggest that we bring forward possibly like an outside consultant that screens these applications and speeds up the process?
Well, I'm not against that, but I think we just asked city manager to take on one more person in that office. So she may be able to fill that position before we can even get a consultant. So we can do both.
Yeah.
I mean, the object is, again, those 39 positions, it's, each one of them are valuable.
Yeah.
Right? The person, you know, and to be honest with you, if we prioritize them, then the person in the rec department always go last. Right? That's just the way the nature is. But that's where our kids at, in the rec department. That's where our youth programs, our adult programs, our adult, you know. So I want them to get an equal prioritization, but it takes more than the two people that she has. So
Yeah,
I think
definitely.
I think we're committed to giving the one more person. I think we just added. And you want to add some money for consultancy?
I would say so.
Because the thing is, the money we spend on that consultant outweighs if we can get 3 or 4 more people into the workforce. You know, just so let him just finish his thought. So if that's what you want to do.
I would say so. We have a large amount of people that are waiting to be screened, and people do get desperate, right? When it's 2+ months of you waiting to get your background check done, and people need jobs. And
Yeah.
I think in order for us to move it as smooth as possible, we need to figure out solutions in which we can help not only HR, but also our departments that are clearly understaffed here in the city seaside.
And that's if the opening is being, is it open? So they can only open so many at a time.
Yeah.
Okay, council member.
Yeah,
Mayor Pro Tem.
I have one concern and one thought. I really believe that the artificial is the best way to go, because depending on the staffing over the past 50 years, sometimes it's maintained, sometimes it's not, sometimes it doesn't rain, sometimes it does, sometimes it's full of weeds, sometimes it's not. And so there's no consistent look across the table. It also would save manpower where our parks guys could be taking care of being proactive in maintaining the parks and other parks rather than dealing with the medians. So that's my one point. I'm concerned, and I'm not going to push back too hard on the consultants for the your department. I'm a fan of getting people to hire, because I know even the recreation department, 15-hour employee may take a month to get on. I think, and again, they're the last priority. I totally been there, seen that, and witnessed it. It takes, even for the 4-hour, 6-hour, 8-hour, it takes a month to get that person on board. Especially if it's a youth person looking for a job, they're going to go somewhere else by the time the city goes through their paperwork. I mean, it's just common sense. But I'm also concerned about hiring another consultant that's not, I don't know, doesn't feel good. Doesn't, as far as being responsive to whatever. If we're talking about response, because right now we're in a crunch time with all these, if it's a short term, as you mentioned earlier, for 6 months to get over this window of heavier recruitment, I totally respect that, and I totally agree with that. But if you're talking long term, then it's another consultant with another issue, with another space as far as staffing, which, you know, just opens up other doors. So I have mixed concerns because of the impact and what it does to the office and the not being invested in the community if you're a consultant.
And the
But
reason
short term, I agree with you.
Okay, you finished? Okay, let's just let him finish. My only point is, out of 49 positions, that may be 15 or 18, and I'm being generous, different job titles. 1 or 2 people cannot open them up at the same time. So who is the 13, 14, 15 positions that are not being opened for 3 or 4 months? Then we have residents come down here saying, well, you need persons in that area. And my point is, consultant, I mean, we were using the word consultant, but that's a big word for somebody coming in and doing a quick job and leaving. Right? And so if we can hire someone for what the usual price is, and it's not that expensive to get us through 10 or 12 people, to me, it makes sense, but it doesn't have to be done. But my point is, I want to be able to tell the citizens, we're doing all we can to bring these people on board. And that's all the consultant is a hired gun for, like you said, Mayor Pro Tem, a very short amount of time.
No, definitely. I think the reason I brought it up too is because we only have clearly 1.5 people in HR, right? We have a part-time person helping out Samantha, and can she do it all alone? No, but we have background checks as well that need to be done. Can they do it? No, they have to go through outside third-party providers, and they're not even getting it done right in time. Therefore, we have a backlog of people that need to get hired. Our departments are struggling. People are getting frustrated, and who gets to blame? We do, right? We have to respond to the community, and we have to say, we have to find out solutions in which we're going to be hiring our people. So, and I mean, clearly, we need to staff our fire department and our police department. Our police officers are going out there doing overtime, right? We need to figure out ways in which we can reduce that overtime. Also with the fire department, how can we make sure that everybody is taken care of and has the needs done as well?
Councilmember Campbell.
Okay, just to add to the conversation and throw out the possibility of a temporary employment agency to fill whatever these lower level jobs you need. It's been done at the district. I'm sure other at the waste management district, I'm sure other people have done that. However, the quickest way to onboard, I kind of defer to HR to tell us what they need to get people on board as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and I think the first thing they'll tell you is to give me another person to help me bring people on. But I agree with you, let them do it. But we have to be honest, which is after a while, the 2 people that are there can't do it. And I know the city manager pitches in, but when she's pitching in, guess where she's not at? Right? So I mean, I know we all agree, but it's just, all right, so that was, I think they got a good handle on that. Let me just see. I do have this other big thing about a teen center, but I don't think it is going to cost a lot of money. And I'll share that with the council at the next go around. But I think we finally figured something out around the teen center for our young folks. So is this still in the CIP? And maybe you don't know, Victor, is the completion of the City Hall solar power overhead and the police department parking lot.
Yes, those are both still in the CIP.
Okay, I'll just, all right. And I've been trying to figure out the broadband last mile thing, but the state is coming down and the county is trying to work on something. So I don't want us to get too far ahead before we even know what the need is, but I wanted to make those comments. And I all right, that'll be it, I guess. That'll be. Yes, sir.
I just, solar power, I brought that up. Our solar system out here is, I believe, is ready to be expanded. And when I remember when we originally approved it, Mayor Rubio insisted that or unfortunately he lost the vote, but he wanted to do a larger system to cover all the city's power. But I think the balance of the council was concerned about the finances at the time. But now that we're flush, I think we should consider expanding the solar out on the parking lot.
Yeah, he said it's already in the budget, in the CIP.
Well, I think the expansion out here is also in the CIP.
The expansion out here.
Is it funded or is it listed?
Well, what year is it?
I think it's listed. I'd have to pull the budget up to be
So
sure.
let's fund it.
Well, let him check, but I got you. You want to check for a few minutes?
I can come in.
Yeah, because I do think we owe it to the residents to complete what we started. You guys started, I don't know, 5 years ago when we started talking about this. And unfortunately, COVID, struck us all. And so we'll wait till you come back. And so roughly, do you guys see what's up there now? And so roughly that's where we at. I did have down here as we going along is some type of electric vehicle charging stations. I don't know how much they cost. If you guys, when you think about it, I don't know how much they cost, but I think we need to be thinking in the future. What? No, we need to be thinking in the future. And I know it's I was reading about certain cities, you put them, I'm gonna say it all over like I'm talking about a lot. I'm not talking about a lot. I'm talking about, at least 2 more where the city feels that it would be encouraging to others to commute here and charge up here, maybe somewhere on Broadway, right? Maybe at the parking lot on Broadway. Somewhere we could control because you don't want to put it in somewhere else. But I think we need to do that. And then I believe we already budgeted for the climate change report. So that's what.
The solar power expansion is budgeted in the current year.
And what?
In the current year.
Right. So, and then, the obvious question is, so when is it going to get done? But that goes back to that goes right. You guys see what I'm saying? That's so I just want to point that out for the community is, we have a lot of things that we were trying to do before COVID and a lot of things we're doing today, but you hit the wall of the workload on your people and engineers. So thank you for that. You just saved us a little money. So now we can go to Council Member Campbell, then the Mayor Pro Tem. So I put out there the 2. I said Council Member Wizard, and then we go to the Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, okay, maybe it was twice.
Thank you.
Because they were talking in my ear. while
I
was
know, I
looking at
get it.
you.
It's not, we're okay.
All right.
Chief Gutierrez, could you help me understand whether or not you've had success in staffing the fire marshal position? I know that we talked last about it and it was a part-time position and I just wanted to see what your progress was.
So to date, no, we have not had success. We do appreciate that you brought that up last time because we're in great need. We did open it, took probably 5 to 6 months to get our place in line to get that open.
Yeah.
And we had, I think, 6 applicants. I think we interviewed 4. Ultimately, everybody lived out of state.
Okay.
And after interviewing them, they weren't willing to accept the position. So I'm working with Samantha right now and it's been reposted.
Sure.
So we're trying to we still have to publish outside, but
yeah,
we have to try to recruit local talent.
Do you think, and I don't know if you asked the question or if you would speculate, but do you think that we had a hard time recruiting because it was only part-time?
Yes.
I see
absolutely.
Somebody nodding in my periphery.
Yeah. So absolutely. I mean, the pay is great, but
it's half-time.
But it's half-time, so it had to do with housing and childcare and balancing. So I had a very good candidate and he, at the last minute, said, I can't do it. I had talked to my wife and they can't afford to live here. So could we use that full-time? We could talk about that. Absolutely. There's, new fiscal year.
I would suggest that we do that. I mean, what is Ms. Grayhouse, do you know off the top of your head, rough, is it 50,000 total comp on that part-time position?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I would ask for the council's indulgence. The chief and I have been talking about some different staffing possibilities up there as we're expanding to a second station and whether there's value in a 40-hour management position that does fire marshal stuff or does some of the EMS management. So we have been in those discussions and it's something that we've been talking about maybe incorporating in next year's budget.
Perfect. As long as we're making movement on it, I won't get in front of you on that, but I look forward to meeting your request with the appropriate funding you need to achieve the mission.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I have a question for you, Chief, just before you leave. You mentioned that you've been helping Samantha with recruitment. How many hours would you say that you take away from your daily normal time to focus on recruitment?
Well, I think every department helps out a bit with, reading the minimum qualifications and a job spec. And then we try to support her in, the interview process, the question process, just whatever we can do to help her to move forward with the recruitments in our own department. So recently, trying to hire 4 additional firefighters is such a great thing. There's just a tremendous amount of work in that. So we're doing everything we can. We hired an outside consultant to put on our division chief process. So not only do we have the hiring, but we have promotional process internally. All that takes staff time. So we love helping Samantha out. Do I think Samantha is wonderful but could use help? Absolutely. It looks like we're moving towards that so that we can give her more capacity to focus on all the other jobs she has as well, which includes all the onboarding of personnel, all the health benefits. So she works really hard. So we all step up and help her out.
I agree.
And if I can just add to that just a little bit, the departments will always be involved in the recruitment process because they are the subject matter experts and they are the hiring managers. So a lot of what the chief is speaking to, if you're going to hire 5 or 6 positions, as the chief, she needs to interview those candidates to determine which of those candidates are appropriate in her department. When we do testing, they're the subject matter experts. They're going to help us design the tests and put all of those materials together. So some of that will always be in place. HR can't hand the chief a firefighter.
Of course.
So, but that being said, the department has stepped up and is really taking an active role in some of the things that would traditionally be human resources in managing the list and drawing people down to get the interviews lined up.
Of course, I think where I was going with this is, should it take this long for them to be dealing with these positions? So that's where I was going with.
The answer is no, but we should have figured out how to get the resources over there before. They're doing as much work as they can, but it's just, it's when you're down so many and the police and fire and it's really all these positions, because think about it, right? The economy is doing okay. We didn't get hit bad as COVID economically as we thought. Some cities are worse than others, right? But most of them did okay. That's the indication of the economy, right? But that extra money that's coming down to these communities, people are paying for these workers. And so, they have choices nowadays. And it's very expensive, as you guys know, to live here. And, that has to be something in our conversation as we talk about the budget, is acknowledging, how do we help some of our workforce to stay here? How can we incentivize them to come here, stay here, and stick it out, until they can get up on their feet with where they believe they should be. And so those are concerns we can definitely talk about in the future. But I do know, did you?
I have some questions after.
Okay, I'll be quick. I think I think all of us have been out there with the FOSPA group on, once in a while over the last couple of years or so. It's a wonderful group of individuals made up of community members surrounding these local parks that come together and work in the park. They do yeoman work out there, pulling the weeds, them and Mayor Pro Tem out there pulling the weeds and planting trees and doing things like that to upkeep the park. And I think last go around, we put some money in a line item for them, a small amount of money. And I just want to say they have been using it wisely. They have been using it effectively. They use it sometimes to match grants from other people. But the majority of it is they just designate something to be built in the park itself, one of the parks itself. And they're able to get it built because Public Works, built it for them. My point is, so the money stays in-house. They recommend the expenditures to the council to get some of these things built, and they're in need of a little bit more money. And what it does, it saves us a lot of time and energy that we don't try to have to figure out what park needs a retaining wall, what park needs this, what park needs that. And so I would just suggest that we put a little bit more money in that designated account for them so they can continue on with their good work. Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Wizard.
Just, I'm not, I don't know if it matters to do this now or mid-year, I mean, at the next budget year, but I think we should allocate funds, at least I want to put it on the table. Allocate funds for the Lincoln Cunningham and the two connecting parks for the walkways, along with the basketball courts, because we don't know what those cost. And I'm not sure if Laguna Grande Regional Park District is going to take care of it through their funding mechanism, but if you walk around Laguna Grande Park on the lakeside area, as well as the other three parks, there's very serious concerns about your ability to walk through all those parks, as far as safety, as far as hazards, as far as seniors and all that walking. And it would be great to look at the walkways, at least in the three connecting parks, which impacts 3 schools areas. Lincoln Cunningham being the center, then the other 2 on the sides, as well as it'd be nice to look at those areas as well as the basketball court, which I know you don't have an estimate for. So either now or at the next year budget year, I think that would be a really significant effort. And I think that connects with the goals or the objectives of FOSFA and relates to that whole area and potentially other organizations that want to be involved.
Okay, we'll definitely look at that. Part of that is, I know, Mr. Business, come on down and talk about, I think you guys talking about grant funding for some of that.
Yeah, so right now we're currently, the rec department in conjunction with our grant consultant are seeking some grant funds through the Urban Greenway program, which we are specifically looking at the trails at Lincoln Cunningham Park. So hopefully, that grant is due at the end of the month. So we've been working really closely with that. So we'll fingers crossed that we can get some funding with that. And then you'll see at the next council agenda on Thursday that there's a resolution to allow us to apply for grant funding through the regional or the Recreation Trails Program. And we're specifically eyeing Laguna Grande Park for that one in conjunction with the JPA as well.
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
This is real simple. Regarding Hylas Otis and the connecting parks, you said you're the pathway as such. You said that you're applying for a grant and the deadline is into March. So we'll know in May or mid-May if that is going to happen or not going to happen, because this may be an opportunity at the next fiscal year. If it doesn't happen, rather than waiting.
I'm not exactly sure on the timeline for the award or when they'll let us know. I don't know, sometimes it takes a couple of months, sometimes it takes 6 to 8 months. So I think that urban greening grant is actually a little faster than some of the other ones that we applied for. So hopefully it will be before the next fiscal year, but I can't guarantee that. I don't have it off the top of my head.
So urban is for the Laguna Grande?
No, urban greening's for Lincoln Cunningham.
Okay.
The other one, the recreational trails, that's through the California State Parks. And that's a little bit more of a robust process that takes a little bit more time. So we'll submit that one. That one's, we're submitting in April, and we won't have an answer for that one for probably about 6 months because it's highly competitive.
I'm hoping we can look at both those if we don't get funded by the next fiscal year then, because grants are just a process that you don't know.
For sure. I just want, we are
appreciate that. Thank
definitely in the process of doing something.
Right.
What, the grant for the Lincoln Cunningham, what, you think it will cover those walkways, the pathway out there?
There was no maximum amount listed on what we can apply for. So we're hoping that we can get enough for at least the trails, because that's kind of really, we had a couple pieces for it. It was for non-motorized trails or planting trees and greeneries and bioswales and things like that.
No, I understand. I just want to get down to, you apply for a certain number, right? And so I asked, did that number supposedly cover the trails on Lincoln Cunningham? And
I'm currently working with engineering on the cost estimate to submit what that number is.
okay, that's what I want to get to, because if we had a number, then I could work with the mayor pro tem and say, let's put something aside. But right now, there's nothing, we don't know what to put aside. We don't know if it's $500,000, $1 million, or 2 million.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one of the struggles, even though that we are, have a consultant, there is still a lot of technical work that's coming to getting these numbers, and, we're doing our best with getting.
No,
that.
I understand. I'm just saying, we're talking about how do we make room for that if the grant don't come, but we don't know how much the grant would, how much it costs to actually do it. Okay.
Can I ask one more question? Are you talking about just Lincoln Cunningham or the connecting parks, for lack of a better word?
For that grant, we had to be specific to one location. So we focus on Lincoln Cunningham because it was the larger park with the larger trail that went around it with 5 access points. So we felt that was a better fit to apply for that grant.
And the other 2 parks, is it feasible? And I don't know. I'm open to look at the other connecting parks and getting a ballpark cost on that. So it's a really nice pathway for through the schools, rather than one park looking great and the next park looking horrible and the other park looking it's just fair across the board.
And I think once we're able to identify what that cost estimate's going to be for Lincoln Cunningham, we should be able to have an adequate picture of what it would take for Havana Solis, because it's relatively similar in size.
Right. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's try to wrap up this portion. I would just ask that we put a little bit more money in the phosphorus line item. But that's not doubling. That's just another. 50 is doubling, and it's gone. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. If you recommend 50, I'll agree with you. Yeah, because the thing is, it stays in our park, so it's not like.
No, I just wanted the dollar amount to move forward.
No, I appreciate you. Thank you for staying there.
Mayor,
So,
quick question.
yeah.
Can I add something on there?
Well, I
Okay,
guess.
real quick,
yes.
$6,000 for a gang prevention event during the summer for the youth. I would assume. I would say that would be enough.
Yeah, it's definitely needed. Yeah. All right. Those are the rough ones, and all right, so let's go back to the item. What is the will of the council as relates to item number 9C?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I had a couple more things, but wasn't able to get them out.
Okay.
Thanks. I just took a couple quick notes so I wouldn't forget them.
Okay.
When we do have our more active rain events, I don't know if you've ever driven through there at the same time, but at Noche Buena and Kimball on the northwest corner, I don't know if there's stormwater facilities there, but when it is actively raining, there's sufficient water to come up over the curb and flood the intersection. And so I don't know if that is either the design of the stormwater system, or if it's that there is a lack of a stormwater facility at that particular point. But I'd like to have, that investigated and a scope of work developed.
Okay, all right. No, go ahead. So how do we get to fix that problem? I mean.
Yeah, and I don't know if we need to design and build a new facility, or if there's a facility there that's inadequate, we need to do a little bit of engineering work to upsize. But that was one of the.
So currently, everything from Upper Kimball Even off of the courts, off of Noche Buena, there's no, it's all surface runoff. There is, the nearest storm drain system does not start until San Lucas and down. So there's no system up there. I don't recall offhand, but there may be already numbers put together for that, to extend that system.
Okay.
But
I know
I'd have to look.
stormwater's unfunded and, it's all on us. That's why I'm asking, because here, we're talking about the budget. So
Yeah. I could look into numbers and have those brought back.
yeah, for our June budget conversation, if that'd be good for you, Mr. Mayor, as a timing.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. And then while you're here, do you recall off the top of your head if there's been any research into, I don't know, is it 4 of them along Noche Buena that are at grade stormwater facilities that, when you're headed down the hill and you got to slow down because you hit the kind of the divot in the road where the stormwater is supposed to flow so it doesn't pool. So there's one, I want to say it's at, I don't know, it's like a block north of Mal's Market. And then there's another one like halfway.
You're
between
talking
them.
about the cross gutters?
Yes, that's the word.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like 4 of them, I think, on Noche Buena, maybe 3.
Yeah. So a lot of that is surface runoff. There's no storm drain system in that upper area. And like saying, I don't know if there is anything on, if we have any numbers for systems up there.
Okay. If there is, would you please report them when you come back with the other item?
Okay.
Thank you very much. And then I think that's it for the public facilities, but or the stormwater facilities. I did want to ask Mr. Mayor, you made a reference to a teen center, but I didn't hear you come back with it. So I don't know.
Well, let me just tell you what I was thinking.
Sure.
Until we figure out the money for a bigger one, my thoughts were to move them over to Soper Field, to give our teams a proper building and take them out of those trailers. And that trailers could be used for other stuff, or it could be removed and eventually a proper building be built there or something else. But my point is, we're asking our teenage kids to go in those rundown trailers, and you have to ask yourself, what are you showing them? And they outgrown that spot, and we have Soper Field, and I think Soper Field, I don't know, is used 20 times a year. But our kids are at the teen center every day, and then Soper Field is close to the 2 schools. So that was my thinking. I know we need to firm up how it looks so you guys can understand it better, but that's what I meant. I know we don't have the wherewithal for a brand new building, but again, Soper Field is not used. It's in the middle. It's next door to the day school and right down the street from the high school where the kids are at. That needs to be supervised.
And there's a path that leads from the high school sports field over to, so they wouldn't necessarily have to walk across Monterey. They could be off, out of the street right away.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cut the bushes back a little bit.
Sure.
But it's really about, giving them something they could be proud of.
And there's a kitchen facility there and
now you get
all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
And sports fields and activities. And so that's my thinking, I'll bring it back to the council, but.
Just a question
Yeah.
on that, Mayor.
Mhm.
I won't say what I was thinking, but on that, is your thought to close the current teen center or make that a different kind of facility? And is that your thought?
Well, my thought was and I'll be quick. I know we got other stuff.
And then I have one other question after that.
Okay, good. I won't be but about 30 seconds, 40 seconds. It's just, I ran into, I had a conversation with our recreation director, Dan Mullis, and I didn't tell him what my thinking was, but he was out at this convention talking about recreation. Then I ran into Teddy Black, and he was just talking about the wonderful things that he learned at this convention. And I said, well, what more can the city do? What more can the council do to try to make sure we have stuff for these young people, right? You know, considering what's going on in our community. He said, well, what we could do is probably move the teen center over to Sober Field. And then after about 3 seconds, I said, well, why would that be a bad idea? So no, I'm just saying that's my thinking. So what happens to that building, I don't know. But I know our youth, what is it? Youth Resource Center people need to be closer to the youth.
Just so on that line, because I'm going to throw out an idea just because I can.
Yeah.
And hopefully, if you were to do that, which I think it has some advantages, wouldn't it be, to me, it would be wonderful. And I think Councilman Alexis or Councilman Wizard pointed this out, that cultural arts are not promoted very much in the schools. Wouldn't it be a nice thought or for consideration, strengthen your partnership with Palinki and have them go to the current teen center? And then we are a partial sponsor of Palinki. And then we broaden the opportunity for learning anything from dance to jazz to whatever, which allows that partnership when they have events, they walk across the street and they use the stage and the lighting system at the Oldemeyer Center. And wouldn't that be a really nice, conceptually, idea? I'm just extending your thought, you know.
No, everybody's acting like they're tired. But what I'm saying is that was some good thinking. Because I was thinking we need to fix up the inside of the Odemeyer so it can be used as that theater and not just a basketball court that's been cleared out. You see what I'm saying? That's the way it looks now. It's just the basketball court space cleared out. We need to spend some money to turn it back into that art, that theater type thing. But I think that's a great idea. I do know Palenque and Building Health Communities are both looking for a little space. So I don't know if there's an extra room for Building Health Communities, but let's do that. Let's do that. Is that clear, City Manager? Let's just transform, take the youth center, teen center, put it up at Soper, and take the old youth center and see if Palenque Arts want to move down there. And then we still need to turn the Odemeyer into that theater type thing. Right. So what is your thoughts, City Manager, about that direction?
I will work with staff on putting together a plan that evaluates those options. Absolutely. And
how to get it done. So, okay.
Yeah, we'll move forward with that with the next budget, if that's going to be okay.
Well, I know we
Which
may
is
want to
just
use some of the money we have now, but I do know you need to think through it.
Yeah.
So, and okay, I guess we'll put it in the next budget. All right. You still got?
Yeah, well, I haven't yielded yet, so.
That's right. It's council members, was this time?
I'll be done quick. I would love for us to explore, and I'm assuming that it's this way, and I could be wrong, but I would love for us to explore the cost to convert Memorial Park from what I think is potable water to purple pipe. I don't know what that would cost. I don't know,
Well,
whether that's a
a
multi-year thing. I don't know if it's already purple pipe or if it's hybrid and, this half is and that half, but I get our arms around that problem and potentially allocate some money to achieve that project.
Okay, we'll ask City Manager that she has a good grasp on answering that question.
I'm looking at my team and my public works superintendent is
Is Memorial
Mem-
Park potable water or purple pipe for irrigation? Yeah, the cemetery at the top of Ord Grove. Right, but if we obligate them to use recycled water, we can develop a beneficial source of water.
What the thing is, how do we go about testing the water? And if we find out a certain answer, then we can work on, do we approach them? So that should be pretty simple, right? To figure out how we go ask them, can we test the water? And then we may have a, what is it, a deal for?
And then if it is that deal, if it is potable water and they're just paying for tap water to
Well, we
irrigate
don't-
their plants, what would it cost to convert it? And then that's can form up whether it's worth it for us to pursue that deal, or if we go, wow, that's way too much, we're just going to let it be. But some dollar amount attached to what that might look like.
Yeah, we'll look into it.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. That's pretty, see, I told you, I mean, you guys are, whew, the later it gets, the better you're thinking. Okay, starting at this end with Councilmember Garcia Zola, any more thoughts, suggestions, budget adjustments?
No, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Wizard.
All done, thanks.
Councilmember Campbell. Mayor Pro Tem. Then City Manager, was there anything that you wanted to, you cut because you wanted to cut and you think you should be able to add now that we have a little bit?
I think that covers it. If there's anything that comes up between now and the budget, we can always come back and ask for an adjustment. I don't want to get too far ahead of throwing a bunch of stuff in at mid-year that we won't have the time to get to. So I don't want to set up an expectation that we're going to do a whole bunch of stuff in the next, let me think, 3 months.
So.
Yes, so I think we're good. I've asked Dominique, can you please pull up that spreadsheet? I want to make sure we've captured everybody's requests.
While she's doing that, I may have one more. Are we pretty good with our audio visual in this room?
No.
Okay. You might want to think about spending money on that. I think it's important for the public to make sure we don't have any gaps in our technology. And yeah, they're moving. So why don't we come back with an estimate on that? And if there's any technological things that we need in finance or IT, we want you guys to be cooking with gas over there. So, all right. So right now, that's where we're at.
I'm sorry, there's a few things that are missing off that list. We need to add the 25,000 for the family and community support. We have 30,000 for Laguna Grande Park restrooms, 30,000 for the EV at the new parking lot on Broadway. Yeah, it's EV charging stations. But we also have 30,000 for the Broadway lot to do the resurfacing and striping and whatnot.
Is that what it costs?
That's our swag added back of the napkin.
Okay.
So I think we have everything that the council's given us. I see there's a few things missing up there, but I have them on my notes.
We'll
So
wait
You
to
wanna
see
wait? Okay.
put it up there.
And if I'm not mistaken, there's grant funding for EV charging stations through Central Coast Community Energy, right?
correct.
I think
Okay.
Yeah.
Which will lower the cost eventually.
No,
Yeah.
they'll give you a couple.
Cool.
Grand.
To the mayor,
Yes.
just tight, someone brought it up today,
Mhm.
and if we're potentially gonna do I don't even see it up there, the solar panels
Where?
on parking lot, do we need to look at, and maybe not now, but at the end of the year, to repave the parking lot at City Hall?
I think that's part of it.
Is that, I'm just asking if it's part or
Yeah.
I'm just making it look one complete concept.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, they were supposed to get repaved, that and the police parking lot with the fence.
Yeah, and like I said, that could be done if it's not now, because we have no idea how much it costs, but just as a thought.
No, I think you're right. It should be, is it in there?
Oh,
Yeah,
perfect, good.
yeah, we made them, yeah, that's what we're waiting on is for the what is it called? The panels. Now we're doing pretty good. Yeah. Huh? So we'll come up with something. What are the panels? Who said Laguna Grande restrooms? Oh, so they can, okay. I thought there was nothing. The bathrooms at City Hall need to be upgraded. But
I don't know what the panels are. Dominique, go
maybe
ahead
she
and
meant
take that one
solar
out.
panel, yeah. AV. They don't have a price. I mean, we can put it in there, but is it, you're saying put it in there? Space holder?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we did.
Okay, okay. Victor, give us a rough estimate. Come on up here.
We just did some estimates in Oldemeyer. Dan gave me the 30,000. Is that what you're thinking?
30,000.
Huh? Is it? Well, yeah, well, yeah, 30, we'll put 30 in there. Because you guys may need some, I don't know, some stuff in the back. We had, we need to make your job easier too, so make you more productive. So Broadway parking lot, and then of course, the finance director will make sure that if it goes over on any of these things, they'll contact us roughly. And then I would imagine, can I suggest this? That is roughly about 507. If there's any remaining, that can float over to something that may go up. And if they need more than 507, come back. Does that make sense? 530. I thought five. Yes, thank you, sir. And city manager, yeah, we'll let the money flow as you need it, because some things that may cost 3,000 or 4,000 more, some things may be less. I think it's gonna be way less. And then we trust the finance director to get good value, the city manager get good value. No, it's not to be, well, we won't, yeah, to be determined, or, no, we're gonna make it. Okay, but how do we get to the total? So, yeah, put the number that will make it 550, city clerk. So that's what, 43? Put 43 for City Hall, AV council chambers. All right. I don't think it's gonna take all that, but we want to give them the room to operate. Okay, so already we have the budget adjustments that you guys went through, we talked about. These are the additional budget adjustments. What is the will of the council? That we want to adopt the resolution, the mid-year financial report, and adopt proposed changes to the mid-year budget of City of Seaside for fiscal year 2021, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second.
With the record, just to be clear,
Well,
Mr. Mayor, with the recorded augmentations
Yeah.
from the council.
Adopting the proposed changes. We made the changes.
I heard a noise from someone who practices law, so I just want to make sure that
well,
was formally recorded.
I said that. That's why adopting the changes means the changes we made, not just the changes they made. Phew. Only one chair up here. So are there any questions? All those in favor use the regular sign of voting, which is aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Ayes have it, motion carried. Okay. All right, now we're down to council members' request. New council members request. A10A1, National Wildlife Federation Mayor's Monarch Pledge. I don't know if you guys got a copy of, did you have it? Did you want to, who wants to present something? Do you guys have anything? Okay, you guys should have in your packet, and do we have something for the public? Even though that may not be required. No, that's okay if you guys don't have it. But I was, community members want us, me, the council, to take this mayor's pledge about supporting the monarch butterflies. And with that, I needed a council support because they want us to adopt some of the action items, and that takes you guys. That's why I'm bringing this to you. Otherwise, I could have signed it on my own. But a lot of the things we're already doing to protect the butterflies, habitat for the butterflies, planting milkweed for the butterflies, acknowledging that we do care for them and things of that nature. So that's my request, that it goes on the agenda for, when is it? Is it for this? Thank you so much. For the 17th, I want you guys to have a background on it now so we can take action on the 17th because it needs to be signed by the 30th of March to count for this year. All right, that's my request.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Thanks. I have a request as well. It's about the same staff impact as the item you've just introduced, and it's I'll definitely give it to the city attorney and or city manager, but it's already it's a resolution in opposition of initiative 210042A1, which proposes to increase all revenue bonds thresholds to 66%. Which would include everything that we're doing for facilities and schools and all those sorts of things, making it much harder to do public financing of long-term and high capital projects. So, and I'll definitely present more about why I would like you to support that, but right now I'm just introducing it without trying to convince anybody of anything.
Well, that's all we can do at this point.
And similar thing, but this one will take a little bit more work, and I'll come back with the actual exemplar ordinance, but AB 626 from, I think it's 2019 or 2020, is micro kitchens. So individuals can prepare food for sale, tamales and other foods that they don't have a commercial kitchen, but they meet certain requirements under the health code, and they can sell food that they prepared in their kitchen if they meet those certain standards. It's not currently something we allow in every city, but you can adopt a local ordinance to permit it within your jurisdiction. So I'll bring that forward to consider.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else have anything for new council members? I have one I want to add for, I want to put on the, I guess sometime in April, a discussion of the city manager's process for filling this police chief position. I request this to give the public a clear understanding of the process and how to participate. So we'll agendize that for somewhere in April. All right, so follow up on council members' request. City manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a couple council meetings ago, we gave you a handout on the general plan status and update. There were some outstanding questions from Councilmember Campbell and I think some of the other council, and Assistant City Manager Trevin Barber is here, and he'll go ahead and answer those questions.
Thank you, City Manager Greathouse. Happy to report on the informational item for the General Plan 2040 contract. City Council had a number of questions relating to the contract amendments and the different provisions in them for guaranteeing performance. As you know, staff has re-engaged a team of consultants to finalize the general plan, and the general plan updates just typically take a lot of time and many years to accomplish. And moving beyond a 3-year or 2-year timeline is very common. And just to give an example, our neighbor, Cal State University, Monterey Bay, they're also in their 6th year of trying to adopt their campus plan. And so it's just a very normal occurrence for massive plans like this to take longer than expected. The contract is based on time and materials in accordance with the estimated budget that was approved in the original contract. Invoices are based on actual time spent on the scope of work. There's a 10% performance retainer held by the city in effect until the final product is approved by council. So until you're satisfied with the product, we cannot pay them that final 10% of their contract. Late fees are assessed against the contractor for every 30 days on missed milestones. And we also have a matrix of invoices that we keep track of all of the performance. That concludes my report. I'm available for questions.
Any questions?
Just one question.
Okay.
You said a late fee by them would be charged. Can I assume that after December 31st as the goal? Is that when late fees happen, or is it 2023 or?
We would assess a late fee, even if any of the other milestones are missed. So their milestones are actually July 1st to provide us the updated information, the draft report. And so we would look at it from a milestone perspective. So yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a wonderful report. If that satisfies, Councilmember Campbell?
Yes, it goes a long way. And just to follow up on the late fees, they have not been charged any late fees because all these delays is not from their end, correct?
Correct, Councilmember Campbell. Correct.
Thank you.
See how simple it is? Just yes or no? Yes or no. But thank you so much. We appreciate Councilmember Campbell putting it on the radar, but you definitely have your hands around it now. So thank you so much.
My pleasure.
All right. Next, we will go to city attorney, city managers, mayor, and city council's comments and reports on the committee assignments. City attorney.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. I just wanted to report that your city attorney has been appointed to the League of California Cities City Attorney Brown Act Committee. So we will be stepping up on a bigger process to work on Brown Act issues.
Thank you, city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. The city, thanks to the hard work of the finance department, was awarded $38,000 from the California Arrearage Payment Program. And what that money will go to is it will bring 46 Seaside Muni customers who were in arrears on their water bills up to date. So that's really good news for a good chunk of people.
Yes.
We also have a lot of projects underway. Laguna Grande Park has broken ground. The fire department, if you go by there, it sounds like it looks like chaos and anarchy. It's all enveloped and it's going crazy. So that's well underway. We will be coming back to the council. That mural will be removed, just as a reminder to everybody. We've taken pictures, we've done all that. The Arts Commission is going to start working on a replacement mural. So you'll see lots of information about that starting to coalesce once they've had an opportunity to talk that through. And Highland Otis Park is about ready to be done, and we will be working with you on dates to do a ribbon cutting up there.
Councilmember Garcia Ozola.
Updates, right?
Yes.
Cool. I attended the AMBAG meeting on March 9th. We were discussing sustainability program updates, financial updates. So pretty much short meeting that we attended. Participated in the Read Across America event with United Way on the 3rd of March. Attended the Salinas police officer memorial for Jorge David Alvarado in Salinas. So emotional event on that day. And on Saturday, I was part of the parent university program that was hosted by the Seaside Recreation Department and Seaside High School. So that's all I have to report.
Councilmember Wizard.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Seaside County Sanitation, we met. Wasn't a lot discussed, just ongoing maintenance of the wastewater facilities throughout the cities of Seaside, Del Rey Oaks, and Sand City. And then with the Laguna Grande Park Joint Powers Authority, I subbed in for Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco. We discussed two things. The first was updates to the, this isn't the right phrase, but the master plan to work on updating it. It included things like fire department access for a Type 3 fire engine, a wildland firefighting engine, accessing by the church to come in and navigate the trailway to assist in firefighting activities with a turnaround near the retaining wall that separates Fremont Boulevard from the park. In that kind of dirt area near the stairs. That's where the fire engine would turn around if need be. They were also talking about creating a seasonal trail network where they put in mulch so that when it's dry, you can walk across the trails and across the various tidal areas. But then when there was more water, those would become submerged and you wouldn't be able to get across, but they weren't permanent facilities, so wouldn't require an EIR, and they were more naturally landscaped and improved so as not to create that disturbance because of the particular sensitivities around Fish and Wildlife Service at the federal level and at the state level with the migratory birds that stay at Laguna Grande. The second thing that they talked about was the retainer of an attorney. This will be a county attorney that we will pay for equally. We'll just split 3 ways. It's not based on population or budget or anything like that. It's just split across all 3. And this person will be sort of a, separated attorney that will work on the JPA's issues and not be conflicted because they're also a city attorney. So this person will be just outside doing their own thing and can handle liabilities as they come in. Thanks.
Councilmember Campbell,
Nothing to report.
Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco.
Just a couple little things. We attended a couple of park cleanups. Again, wanted to thank FOSTA and the variety of commissioners and staff for working side by side. Taste of Africa by Palinki was outstanding. Wanted to thank Councilman Wizard for filling in for me. Much appreciated. And what I've heard, and this is something we've been trying to push for, and I expect it to be true, that the seaside community was much more present than they ever have in the past, as far as being out there, where normally it's 10-1 with Seaside being the one. I heard this time the residents of Seaside were much more participatory, which is something that we need to strive for, and that to make sure we get the funds that we deserve for our side. So I wanted to thank Council Wizard and those groups, to include FOSFA and Sustainable Seaside, that told me they were there and they were present, and they will continue to be there, and we're grateful for that. So I think I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Just some highlights. Attended the Black History program, was well done and well received by the community. Attended TAMC. We presented or sent forward our overall work plan for 22-23 to Caltrans. As you guys know, that's the majority of where our money comes from. So it was important that we did that. Held the county's Veterans Issue Advisory Committee meeting, working with the city to try to update a MOU of our understanding of what's going on with the endowment parcels and the other parcels surrounding the cemetery. I want to take my hat off to the community advisory, community vaccine action team, and the chief. Gutierrez and Ashley Cullick. It is too late, right? I just want to thank them for their work, because they got us to this point of having such a high rate of vaccination. But for the remaining hesitant individuals in our community, Professor Lopez Littleton is doing a survey for them that should be coming out soon. And I know our communication director over there is tuned into that, and we just need to make sure we put the word out to our community that when the survey comes out, take the survey. Let us know why you may be hesitant to take the vaccination. Attended the Monterey Bay Regional Climate Action Compact Quarterly Meeting. Again, regionally, everybody's moving forward with the understanding as it relates to climate change and what we need to do in our individual cities. I want to thank Supervisor Ruth Eskew and Councilmember Garcia Arzola for their presentations at our annual Parents University. It was a good crowd there. They're going to take that information back. Also, Mayor Pro Tem was there, and we appreciate his attendance. Durant Park Planning and Cleanup, along with Fosba and the Blue Zone, had a good cleanup day over there last Saturday. Always have new residents signing up. And I think part of that is because the council is supportive of that group, that they really can get stuff done with the little money that we give them. They actually see something being done. Attended this afternoon, attended the open house at Casa de Noche Buena. They're meeting the people's needs and improving the lives in our community. 61 people sheltered, 26 single women, 11 families with 21 children. And so they're just doing wonderful work out there. They're good neighbors over there off of Noche Buena. And we want to appreciate what they do for those that need proper shelter or protective shelter, so to speak. Attended the celebration of life ceremony for fallen in the line of duty of Salinas Police Officer DJ Alvarado. He was gunned down on February 25th, 2022. And it was just a wonderful, wonderful ceremony. And the police chief was there. He represented us. And when I was talking to the Salinas police chief and the mayor over there, they were just saying how much they appreciate the city of Seaside assisting them in their need. And I know the city manager had a hand in making sure our officers got over there, but they really appreciate the police chief making sure that their officers had time to grieve while they had to continue to maintain public safety. So we want to thank you, Chief Borges, for representing us well out there. And also went to the funeral service the next day for our Seaside resident, another young man that was cut down in the prime of his life, Dexter Jerome Burnett Jr. Was also passed on February 2nd, 2022. So our plan is we already acknowledged Dexter Burnett, but we're closed the meeting on behalf of Officer Alvarado. This evening, I believe we closed it in behalf of Dexter at our last meeting. So with that, we will ask the city attorney to read us into closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. Council will meet in closed session to have a conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. Property in question is commonly referred to as the main gate, which is bounded by Light Fighter, DeVarty, 2nd Street, and Highway 1. Negotiations with the state of California. Negotiator for the city is the city manager et al. And under discussion points, price, terms of payment, or both. The council will also have a conference with real property negotiators pursuant to the same government code section on the property commonly referred to as the Ascent Project. It's the property located on the north side of the 1100 block of Broadway Avenue between Terrace Street and San Lucas Street. Negotiations for the property are Cruchan Capital. For the city, it is city manager et al. Under discussion, price, terms of payment, or both. The council will also have a conversation with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 on one matter of existing litigation. Petrovich Development Company versus City of Seaside, United States District Court, Northern District, San Jose Division, case number 21CV07797-NC. They will also have an additional conference with legal counsel on one matter of an existing litigation. Case name is Committee for Sound Water and Land Development of Fort Ord versus City of Seaside et al. That's in the 6th District Court of Appeal, case number H049031. And finally, they will have a conference with legal counsel on one matter of potential litigation I do not expect there to be any report out tonight. So just for the benefit of the public. And that concludes my read-in.
Public comment is now open on our closed session agenda items.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium to make public comment. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling in from a phone. Mayor, no members of the public have indicated they wish to make public comment on closed session items.
Okay, seeing here no one, public comment is closed on our closed session items. We will move into closed session.
Okay, go ahead, test it out. Let's see. We'll wait from it. Turn my phone off.
The city attorney, please back in from closed session, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. Council met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to have conference with real property negotiators on the piece of property commonly referred to as Main Gate. Council received a briefing and instructions were given to the negotiators. They also had a conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 on the property commonly known as Ascent. Instruction was given to the negotiators on that matter. The council had a conference with legal counsel on two matters of existing litigation, the Petrovich Development Company versus City of Seaside et al., and the Committee for Sound Water and Land Development at Fort Ord versus Seaside et al. Council received legal briefings on each of those cases. Finally, the council had a conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 on one matter of potential litigation. Instruction was given to legal counsel with regard to that matter. And that concludes my reading.
Thank you. There being no further business, this meeting will be adjourned in honor of fallen Salinas Police Officer J.D. Alvarado. Thank you so much.